Welcome to another day of America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live at New York City's racetrack Aqueduct in South Ozone Park. It's Cigar Mile Week, and we have a Pick 6 carryover that will kick off in race 4 today on this 9-race card. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, happy to be joined by Sarah Al-Badawi. Of course, Sarah, we're happy to see a little sun shining this morning, but looking ahead to Saturday, of course, the Cigar Mile, but some other really exciting stakes on the card and some big competitive fields.
Absolutely. We have full fields for these upcoming stakes races this weekend. Get a little bit of a preview into next year's Kentucky Oaks as well as the Kentucky Derby. With the 2-year-old races, we've seen some good horses come out of both races, and nice full competitive field for the Cigar Mile, and no real superstar standout in there either.
Pretty evenly matched group. We'll talk a lot about it throughout the show, but first we'll take a look at our feature coming up a little bit later on today's card. That'll be race number 8. It's a first level allowance race, and it's a race that will be 1 mile and 3/16. A couple of scratches out of here, Sarah, but the distance for a lot of these horses will be the distance. Many of them kind of have foundation already, including the 9 to 5 morning line favorite leading contender for Chad Brown, who was beaten just by a head last time out. Does have a little bit of experience finishing second beyond Film Star, going 1 mile and 1/8 at Saratoga.
He's just been keeping great company. You might be a little concerned about those 2 second-place finishes at short prices, but when you look at who he's been facing, I mean, Film Star went on to win his next start before running second in the Woodward behind Zandon. Even last time, running second to Escapologist, that's a horse that came back and ran second to Command Performance in his next start, improving at his Beyer speed figure as well. And he's just been keeping some excellent company. We'll see if he can get the 1 mile and 3/16 today. But he's a very, very logical favorite.
Certainly makes a lot of sense. A little bit more lightly raced as well. As one of the other main contenders is the 7 Olympic Dreams. But the question with him is that he will have to prove himself after back-to-back disappointing efforts when he was in such good form throughout the spring and summer.
And you have to wonder if he's going to get back to some of those races that really would put him in the winner's circle, like this one where he was able to run a 97 Beyer versus State Bred Company, ran well before that, and the Commentator finishing second at a big price behind Bankit, was able to put away Una Ojo in this race that we're taking a look at Saratoga, and was off a little bit of a freshening in there as well, but just as you mentioned, a little bit disappointing in his last 2 starts.
Including in the Empire Classic last time out, which was on a wet track. He does seem to prefer a fast main track as well. We'll see how he handles the distance in that feature coming up a little bit later on today. Here's what else is on tap this afternoon. Today's races, as always, presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. 9 races on the card. We have fast main track. Turf season has concluded a couple weeks ago. And as mentioned, that Pick 6 carryover starting in the 4th race, 46,000 plus. So hope that you'll participate in that. Looking forward to it. You can play all of the action with Naira Bets. Join today, sign up and get started while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200. And you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. We'll kick off the day with horses looking for the 2nd win of their career. They'll be sprinting, and there is the current favorite, 6 to 5 on Bustin' Hot, who will make her second start, for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and her 2nd start off the layoff. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the field. The opener from Aqueduct coming up after this. We're just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs.
His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Silver State's somewhat of a throwback stallion. He was very durable. He won 6 times in a row across multiple tracks, Churchill, Oaklawn, Belmont, and he won the Grade 1 Met Mile, which is a very nice stallion making race. Beat Horse of the Year Knicks Go, which he was the only horse to defeat Knicks Go the year they were running.
In the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
And his first falls have hit the ground, and we love what we've seen. He's throwing amazing consistency. There's plenty of substance and leg. We're really happy with what we have on the ground. And I don't think I've ever had more people tell me about a first-year horse than I have this year with people with Silver State foals. He's an imposing horse. Everyone that comes to see him that first year is amazing. They would come and see him, and they'd walk right into Bernie's office and sign a contract, or even ask if they could buy a share. The response to him has been phenomenal. He bred the most mares of any stallion that's ever been at Claiborne his freshman year. Very encouraging for the future, and hopefully we can get lucky.
High school. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we're getting ready for the first live race of the day. Key scratch of the morning line favorite, 2 Redheads, is out. So it's Bustin' Hot, who is currently the favorite at 7-5. Second start with Rudy Rodriguez. As we bring in the third member of our team, it's all about the ladies on today's show. Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, what are you seeing for the opener?
Acacia, I like this. We don't often get to dominate the airwaves here on America's Day at the Races, but enjoying the paddock, that's for sure today, as the temperatures are rising and the sun is shining, as we'll check in with the horse that's not your favorite. She's actually the second choice, and that's number 5, Irish Jackson. Actually, she just flipped over to favoritism, and she's going to have to deal with the layoff, and she's only run the 1 time. Now, first time out, she did take a lot of money for her previous connections. I was a little dubious because she was a 4-year-old making her first start of her career, and she just looked a bit heavy. You know, when you're dealing with the horse that doesn't make it to the races, till later on in their lives, you're dealing with issues, and you know, sometimes you have to handle them with kid gloves, and it just felt as though that might have been the case with her, but she got the job done anyway and overcame a bit of trouble as well. She actually looks more fit today than what she did for that debut race, which I also question if she was going to be able to handle the wet track, because she is a bit of a bigger type of filly. So I actually like what I'm seeing from her here today. She looks, like I said, fitter than what she did in that debut, but still you have to question the fact that she doesn't seem to stay on the racetrack that often. As we'll move on to one that's coming off a little bit of a shorter layoff. We haven't seen Divine Cross, number 3, in here since September 14th. She is a little bit of a handful, as you see her accompanied by the pony instead of her groom. She will likely go out first, stay away from all the other horses, which she's having the ability to do so here in the paddock. And she's just a nervous type. She doesn't carry her weight well, though today it looks a bit better than what I've seen from her in the past, as she does take another step down the claiming ranks here after not showing up in her last 2 efforts from this summer. She'll add a small shortcut cheater blinker today. We'll see if that has any bearing on how she runs, if it can get her out of the gate maybe a little bit better. Like I said, Acacia, better than what I last saw from her, but still, I don't know if you can trust her.
See if she can keep things under wraps today. Maggie, thank you. We have an early pick 5 kicking off here as well in the first race of the day. As Maggie said, some nice sunshine, and it's a little bit warmer in Queens today. But not quite as warm, Sarah, as it is in Jamaica, where our Andy Serling is spending the week. The Mute Mile coming up on Saturday. We'll be showing it with on-site coverage from Caymanas Park. And this is some shots of Dunn's River Falls, where there's 960 feet of 960-foot natural waterfall that flows fresh water from the mountains to the Caribbean Sea.
And something many might not be able to say, but this is the time to be jealous of Andy Serling.
Right.
As he is able to enjoy the scenery and also get some work done from in Jamaica. And I would give quite a lot to be there and be quite a bit warmer.
Apparently, the waterfall was also featured in the James Bond movie, Dr. No, which is pretty cool. James Bond, Andy Serling, you know, they go hand in hand. Here is the field for the Grade 1 Mute Mile, which will take place on Saturday. 150,000 for 3-year-olds and up. Big field of 16 horses, and some interesting contenders as well. As taking a look at the field here, and you see Julian Leparoux will actually be over there to ride Rough Entry, a horse who actually started his career at Gulfstream Park.
Yeah, pretty incredible. We do have some American flair going on within the field as well, and maybe Julian and Andy can hit the beach together.
Andy already posted a photo for the beach at the Bob Marley Museum.
He's having a great time.
I agree. Bobby Klatt and Eldon over there with him as well. Rajiv keeping him honest. So we look forward to hearing all of the insight from all of them on what's going on over in Jamaica this weekend. As we have horses in the paddock for the first race of the day, there is Rajiv's cousin, Romero Mirage, who will be aboard the 3 Divine Cross. As Maggie mentioned, she is a bit of a handful. She always has been. And she tries to kind of run off sometimes too. So that's why you see her with the lead pony and the outriders kind of holding on to her bridle as opposed to the groom. And sometimes just the presence of another horse can help to kind of settle those nervous types.
And just always good to have your insight as well as Maggie's, and knowing what is normal for a horse like this, and then knowing that this is something she does and how she usually feels before a race, instead of thinking that this is a new situation or being more concerned about this being a first time for her acting this way prior to a race.
Maggie saying that she felt that physically, she's improved a little bit better weight than she typically does carry, and she is taking a drop in class. She dropped in for the 40,000 last time and took money that day. You just would have hoped that she showed a little bit more run.
Exactly. I mean, that was a day on September 14th. You wanted to be inside and forwardly placed, and she was neither of those things, but it's not as though she ran well against a bias enough to indicate that she would run so much better today, though some excuses being against the track and getting a little bit of class relief as well.
See how she handles things today, as she'll come out last in the post-parade. Horses making their way out as favoritism going to the number 5 Irish Jackson. Now, it's interesting because she did win first time out. We haven't seen her since April. She will make the first start for the new barn. Meeting the rest of the field, though, as they make their way out of the tunnel. We'll start things off with the horse that took the early money, Bustin' Hot.
A horse that was favored in her last start was coming off a long layoff that day on November 3rd. We hadn't seen her since February prior to that. We'll need to improve a little bit off of that second off the layoff.
The morning line favorite is out. We go on to it now to the 4 Proper Grammar Turf to Dirt.
Many of her races have been on the grass, hasn't had that many opportunities on this surface.
Here's Irish Jackson, first start for the Nota Barn.
One that we talked about as being that little bit of a question mark. There's things to like with her, less chances to disappoint.
Here's Dolce Serra, start number 23 for her.
One that is taking a drop in class to the $25,000 tag, but just hasn't been showing much in her recent races.
And coming out last, there is the 3 Divine Cross.
A horse that just gets that class relief and has some excuses last time being against the way the racetrack was playing.
That's the field for the opener. We want to remind everybody you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances in all of the races on today's show. We'll kick off the early pick 5 here, 114,000 in the pool already. Sarah, taking a little bit of a stab at the sequence?
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion in this first race, and it's not an expensive ticket. So if you want to play along, you can do so through NYRA Bets, just $12 here. Using all the logical types in this first race, just trying to survive in advance. Big Scratchy, your favorite, didn't leave me with a major opinion in here. In the next leg, I think Mia Be a Star with the class relief's a little bit interesting, and Run Devil ran the best race last time, so using those two. Before you get to the third race, we have Quick Flash coming off the claim from Mark Hennig, as well as Always Charming taking a big drop in class. Lots of entries going into the fourth. We have Amundsen as the one that I think is the most logical, as well as Life Changer, who we haven't seen in a little while, but if he runs his last race, he could be very competitive. And then just closing it out with a horse that I think is much the best and the one to beat in the fifth with Vintage. So not a ton of creativity or clever opinions, but you can still make a little bit of money with a $12 play.
Well, best of luck. A nice affordable ticket there as we kick things off in the opener for more horses warming up. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Well, guys, I'm going to take a stab, not really a stab. I'm going to go with the horse who has recency over the other favorite in here, number 5, Irish Jackson. That's number 1, Bustin' Hot. I thought she looked ready coming back last time. She had grown, she had filled out, gotten stronger, and she just kind of gave the appearance that she was ready, and she warmed up well, much like she is today. So I like that about her, but ultimately she was pressured while in between horses, and that's just really the most uncomfortable spot for a horse to be in. When you have horses either side of you, you have to be really, really good to kind of persevere, especially given the fact that she was having to do it off of a layoff. So I want to give her a bit of a pass for that. And in here, it does feel like she should be the fastest horse early. So I'm going to take my chances with number 1, Bustin' Hot in here, Acacia. And she definitely elevated once I saw her out in the racetrack. She has gotten a little bit long and wispy in her coat, but I'm willing to forgive her in this field.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Getting a nice 2-to-1 on her now. Bustin' Hot offering a little bit more value. That's a look at the number 6, Dolce Sera, as she will take another little drop in class. The favorite, though, still Irish Jackson at 8-5. Do you have any concerns with her being a short price, Sarah, given the fact that we haven't seen her since April? I'm sure when the Noda brothers claimed her, they didn't have the anticipation of waiting to run her the end of November.
Right, and I'm sure that they didn't also anticipate that she would come right back at the $25,000 level, which is the price tag that they originally claimed her for when she was with George Weaver. So you have to wonder what has happened along the way. And I will say with her, she hasn't had a ton of workouts and foundation leading back up to this race. I mean, she's only had a published workout 4 times coming into this, so they're ready to get her on the racetrack and get her going and potentially move on. And here, but generally, when you see a horse claimed and then offer such a significant period of time, it's not because things have gone well.
Always those questions as the race is few and far between, just making the second start of her career and at the end of her 4-year-old season. But she's back, Irish Jackson, and obviously she runs well fresh, having won her debut. We'll see what she can do in just her second start, trying to remain undefeated. 8-5 now on her. A couple other horses at 2-1. Did you end up on the 3?
Yeah, that was my top pick in here. I just felt as though there was enough with the trip that she had last time to possibly recommend as a horse that before that, I mean, she was never really in a field where she could be all that competitive. I mean, she's faced graded stakes quality or at least decent allowance types of horses in the past. I mean, if you go to her race 2 back against Three Rivers and Portage, just a world of better horses truly that she was facing in there. And I think that just the class relief that she got last time, she was bet then, and she had some things against her with how things were ultimately playing on the racetrack. I wish that she's a horse that would be a little bit more forwardly placed. Maybe the blinkers help her out with that because she gives herself a lot to do. But there was just enough to recommend her over the horses that were, I thought, going to be slightly shorter prices.
Maybe has a little bit more blue sky to offer. We'll see if that equipment change can help her be a little bit more involved in the race early on. The 6, Dolce Sera, though I mentioned her briefly, she is a horse that typically comes from off of it. And no, she's definitely not a winning type, but this is the lowest level that she's ever run at.
And I mean, she doesn't have terrible races not that long ago. I mean, if you go to that starter allowance effort on July 30th, she was third behind Obrigada and Icy Reply that day at a huge price, 28-1. And since then, I mean, you can argue that she's kept better company than some of the horses that she's facing today. She hasn't done much running in her last couple of starts, and she is against it from a pace standpoint. But I think 7-1 is more than fair on a horse that is also dropping in class.
We'll see if she could potentially find herself in the right spot today. Horses behind the starting gate. We'll get ready for the first race of the day in a moment as they will start to load up. There is the 3 Divine Cross, a little bit of a quirky type of filly. There's the 1 Bustin' Hot going up towards the starting gate. Top selection for Maggie, and she does, as Maggie touched on, have the benefit of a recent race to kind of get her back into the fitness that she might need to show today.
And she was bet last time, and I think that that's meaningful because she was a horse that was with Linda Rice and then was off for a significant period of time from February until November at the beginning of the month. So I think that with her, the money that she's taking today, bettor's still not ready to give up on her just quite yet.
She goes in early pick 5, kicking off here. Good luck if you're playing along with Sarah's ticket as well. As Bustin' Hot is now your favorite at 6-5. Logical Horses taking the attention in the opener. Fillies and Mares in the spotlight. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Irish Jackson's in. Here's Dolce Sera. Dolce Sera goes in. All set. And they're off. Divine Cross has early speed, and at the rail, that's Bustin' Hot. Irish Jackson is right there in between horses Proper Grammar, and the far outside is Dolce Sera, who is the trailer, but only a length off the lead as they are tightly bunched, and they are across the racetrack here. 5 wide as they up the backstretch and down at the rail. That's Bustin' Hot, who's in front at even money, is a neck in front of Divine Cross. They start to spread out just a touch. Proper Grammar has lost some ground, is now back as the trailer as Dolce Sera and Irish Jackson move to the outside of that rival. With 4 furlongs left to go, they went 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Bustin' Hot is in hand, is still in front. Divine Cross is stalking right here from second. Irish Jackson is making a move 3 wide. Dolce Sera has been wide throughout. Jose Gomez, though, they're 4 wide and coming after the leader, and the trailer is Proper Grammar. Divine Cross has taken the lead. Bustin' Hot is trying to come back towards the inside with a quarter mile left to go. It is Divine Cross, who drifts well off the rail, is in the center of the racetrack, but is in front. Irish Jackson and the Blue Silks in full pursuit. Bustin' Hot is now back to third, about to be fourth, as here down the center of the racetrack is Dolce Sera with a late rally. Less than a furlong to go, and Divine Cross battles onto the inside. Irish Jackson continues to just gradually get by, but Divine Cross is very game, and Divine Cross comes back. Divine Cross wins the opener. Divine Cross over Irish Jackson. Dolce Sera in 1 minute 18-3.
Divine Cross re-rallying for the win over Irish Jackson, who refused to switch leads, and just some of that recency, Sarah, paying off in the stretch.
Just a much more forward position today, a shorter field, but it seems like those blinkers really helped her engage early on, more so than she had in the past, and just was very game to the wire for this level.
Nice effort from Divine Cross, taking an extra drop in class. Addition of those blinkers. The pace was set by the 1 Bustin' Hot, and you heard in Chris Griffin's call, Divine Cross kind of drifting off the rail a little bit, but then she re-engages right here when she's headed by Irish Jackson. This is a perfect illustration of what we talk about with horses refusing to switch leads. You can see the 5 Irish Jackson on her inside left foreleg, kind of her head turned as Eric Cancel's trying to get her to switch to the outside lead and get a little bit more momentum, and she just refused to do it.
Yeah, exactly, and just a horse that doesn't have as much experience as others in this field, only making her second start, and even horses that have had that experience, they don't always have that tendency to switch over easily. They might be a little bit more reliant on keeping things the same and using the same set of muscles throughout the race, but perhaps if she had switched over, she may have been able to get by, but she was also lugging in a little bit too.
And lugging in as a result of being on that left lead and the right-handed urging, trying to get her to switch, and That's when you see her kind of her head turned and just not in a comfortable position in the stretch. That's another good illustration of it there. But a nice effort from the 3 Divine Cross coming back on the inside. 3, 5, 6, 1, 5-2. Divine Cross went off that.
Yeah, fair enough price, I suppose. What, third choice in this short field of 5?
She gets the job done. Second win of her career with that equipment change and the slight drop in class. Romero Mirage in the saddle. Prices, reactions, and more when we come back. We'll also look ahead to Saturday's Cigar Mile, as we'll see the top 3 finishers from the Grade 2 49er coming back and rematching. Can Ever So Mischievous do it again? We'll talk a little bit more about all of the Cigar Mile contenders after this.
Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Ultima, they win the Bet Parks Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes.
Nobody catching Society.
Cybernite has won the Haskell over Tama and Ghana in the forego.
Echo Zulu wins the Next Gen Breeders' Cup Facilities.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. In race number 1, it was a game effort from the 3 Divine Cross coming back on the inside with Romero Mirage in the saddle, and she found the right spot today, Sarah.
She did. She found her friends, able to benefit from that slight drop in class and be a little bit more forward today.
$7.40 winner. Let's head down to Maggie.
So please be joined by Romero Mirage, reunited with Divine Cross. Romero, you were just telling me she has a lot of work.
Yeah, most definitely. I just have to thank the whole Kimmel team. She's been such a quirky horse to deal with, but they've figured her out, and she ran really good today, you know, because they worked so well with her, keeping her quiet within the post race. So she gave me all that she could have today, and thankful for that team.
Talk a little bit about putting the blinkers on, too. It seemed to provide that early pace that she had once upon a time, including when you broke her maiden, back for you today.
Yeah, I think the blinkers on definitely helped her going forward, just because before, in her previous races and even when I worked her, she's kind of wandering, but now with the blinkers on, that gives her a lot more early pace in the race and also a focal point because, as you can see, once we hit the quarter pole, she was kind of playing around, waiting on horses, so the blinkers definitely helped her just to get to that position at least.
Well, speaking of playing around, our Andy Sterling is playing around with your cousin, Rishi Mirage, in Jamaica as we will broadcast from Caymanas Park. I know you are born here in the States in Florida, but you've been to Jamaica. Talk a little bit about the racetrack there and the culture that surrounds racing.
In Jamaica, horse racing is a really big sport. I wasn't born or raised in Jamaica, but a lot of people from Jamaica know of me. And of course, they know of my older cousin, Raj. So I hope Raj shows Andy a good time in Jamaica and takes him all around Kingston and where our family grew up in Spanish Town. But I hope they have a great time. The environment in Jamaica around racing is so surreal. It's like every day over there is a big stakes day, as it would be over here. So, you know, I'm really excited for Andy to experience that and for Raj to experience that because he's been a very influential person from Jamaica racing into American racing.
You're exactly right. And we've gotten B-roll of Andy, who's certainly enjoying himself. Romero, great way to kick off the day. Congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate it.
Okay, and I'm jealous of Andy for once in my life, guys, being in Jamaica with Raj.
I know. He just posted a photo, like, going out to sea on the water. I mean,
must be nice.
Must be nice, right? But yeah, very exciting. And now we know that if Andy, for some reason, doesn't have a good time, he'll just blame Rashif.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, it'll be someone else's fault because it always is.
Always. But a lot of fun, really exciting. And as Romero mentioned, we've seen the Mirage family being really influential in Jamaican racing and bringing that over to the States as well. Taking a look at race 2 here at the Big A, though, going a mile on the main track, a $25,000 claiming race for fillies and mares at 3 and up. And right now, Mia Bia Star taking the early money, Sarah, as she is taking a significant drop in class.
She is. She's not anywhere close to this price in doubles early on, so we'll see if those odds ultimately end up floating up for her. But people looking for the Romero double, I guess.
We'll see if he can sweep the early double. Talk a little bit more about his mount in the second in a moment. But before we do that, as mentioned before the break, we have a big competitive field in our America's Best Racing race of the week. It is the Cigar Mile on Saturday. Now a grade 2 event, but as you said, not really kind of that one big star. You have a couple of horses coming out of Breeders' Cup races. You have the top 3 rematching from the 49er as well. And Ever So Mischievous, who's 4-1 on the morning line. And you can just see in the morning line odds kind of how evenly matched this group is. Ever So Mischievous getting the best of Dr. Ardito and Accretive that day for his first graded stakes win.
And of course, that is that 3-year-old taking on older company again, just like he did in this start. So at least you know that he's certainly capable of defeating older horses, going out for the Brad Cox barn, who was really highly touted from the beginning of his career. A horse that's always taken a lot of money in his starts, has gone off the favorite in every single race except for this last win when he was able to win the 49er, and certainly has all the credentials coming into this race to be a short price. But this is a pretty tough field for him, even though the last race was as well.
Stepping up to the next levels, we saw him win a graded stake at a mile last time out. He'll meet some tough competition this weekend in the Cigar Mile. Christian Torres will stay aboard for Brad Cox, a horse that, as you said, had always really been highly touted, but I think really kind of started to put it all together when he won that allowance in Saratoga, then went on to win the Harrods Creek and the 49er. That was kind of his sweep into that next level of competition. So he beat a couple of other horses in here, posing for his closer. I love these stall shots. Very easy, very handsome horse. Beautiful mover as well. Wow, look at, he was ready.
He was
Ears
so excited
up.
to see Ernie Munich, who I'm sure was so excited to have such a good subject.
He's a very cute face.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good nose.
Cute.
Love those.
Adorable.
Yeah. So Ever So Mischievous, as Sarah and I are just drooling over his cute
so
nose. We will also see, as mentioned, a couple of horses who tried Breeders' Cup races in their last starts, including Senor Buscador. He's a cool horse, Sarah. He tried the Breeders' Cup Classic last time out when he was wide trying to close behind the likes of White Barrio. Before that, he was third in the Awesome Again, and a horse that just has kept some very good company, and including winning the San Diego with a 101 Beyer speed figure.
Right, and he's pace compromised, but that's really the only negative that you can say about him, because he's been very consistent when he's had the opportunity to get some pace to close into. And well, when you look at these horses coming out of the Breeders' Cup, of course they deserve to be short prices based on what they've done in the past, but you always have to wonder, was a race after the Breeders' Cup always in the plans, or was it more of a function function of, well, they didn't get quite what they were looking for out of that run in the Breeders' Cup, and they want another opportunity.
We'll cut back in distance as well, but we saw him win the ACAC at the mile last fall, so certainly has shown that he can handle going the mile or even a bit longer, even won a sprint going 6.5 at Lone Star too, so quite a versatile horse, and as we mentioned, a very cool, consistent customer, this 5-year-old horse. A cool and consistent customer will also be said for a horse that I know you feel very strongly about, Hoist the Gold, who we saw try the Breeders' Cup Sprint last time out behind the likes of Elite Power and Gunite. He won the Phoenix, again sprinting, but with a 101 Beyer speed figure 2 starts back.
I'm a big fan of this horse. If you know me at all, you know this. And he was able to get his graded stakes win of his own, winning the Phoenix at a decent 6-1 with John Velasquez aboard, who will stay aboard in this effort. I don't really know about the mile being his best distance. I think he is more of that 7 furlong type of horse. He's had a couple opportunities at the distance, and he runs a fairly similar race most of the time, but I wish that this was a little bit shorter for him, and he does draw towards the far outside, but he's tactical, and he certainly has the ability as well.
There he is, as mentioned, consistent 13 of his starts in the money finishes with the 4 wins. He was not to be outdone by Ever So Mischievous with the good nose and the good pose in the
Honestly, they look a little similar.
I know. A little bit of a bigger blaze on Ever So Mischievous, but yeah, we love that. Coastal Mission, meanwhile, you can expect him to be the inside speed from the rails. Yes, he won going 1 mile and an 1/8 at Charlestown. That's kind of that bull ring, tight turn, smaller track. He's shown to be a little bit, shown to be effective going a little bit shorter as well. See how he does, though, getting out of Charlestown in West Virginia bred company.
And a horse that you might look at him and think that maybe he's going to be overmatched in terms of class when you look at the rest of this field, but his numbers don't put him too far away from several other horses within the field. As you can see, him eased up there, and just the company that he's kept, it's not your typical Charlestown type of race.
No, certainly not. And that early speed always dangerous, especially given the inside post. Looking forward to that Cigar Mile coming up on Saturday. Really fun and intriguing race, and probably some good opportunities for value if you're looking for that as well. Here's a look at the stakes on Saturday. We have 4. We talked about the Cigar Mile, of course, the Remsen and Demoiselle for the 2-year-old Colts and Fillies, the Go for Wand on the card as well, and just really looking forward to all of that action. Kind of the peak end of the season, so to speak. Last big opportunities for some of those big graded stakes wins for a lot of horses.
Exactly, and it's a great window into next year, especially for the 2-year-olds, to get an idea of what sort of horses will be coming from this circuit moving forwards on the Kentucky Derby and Oaks Trail.
Well, Donegal, winner of the Remsen a couple of years ago, of course, would go on to win the Belmont Stakes. Horses in the paddock, though, for race number 2. There is suspended campaign. Now your 2-1 favorite for Orlando Noda, Irada Ortiz, going to be in the saddle. Talk a little bit more about her chances and the rest of the field for race 2 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on this Thursday afternoon as we're getting ready for the second race on the card, going a mile on the main track, a $25,000 claiming race, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. There is Sister Linda, 7-2 right now. Pretty wide open groups besides Suspended Campaign. For more, though, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, Keisha, 9-5 on Suspended Campaign, and there's no doubt about it. She actually does look best here in this field, but she's a little bit, not of a tough horse to trust, but she does come from way out of it, so it leaves her with a lot of running to do late and an opportunity for maybe a lot of things to not go her way. And for me, I'm always tilted to a horse who wants to show speed. Now, she wasn't able to beat her the last time they met, but number 2 in here, Sister Linda, is finally pairing races up back to back, which is something she doesn't usually do throughout her career. And she's always one that does give the impression of kind of needing a start. Now, sometimes that isn't necessarily true. If you look back from the December to March layoff, she was able to get the job done there when dropped into this similar type of level. She looks good here. She looks fitter than what I normally see from her, and her energy is good. Sometimes she can be a little bit agitated, but she's calm, cool, collected today. So I like what I'm observing from Sister Linda, who she just attended the pace last time while Suspended Campaign came from last. And, you know, she proverbially won the battle but lost the war. As we'll move on to the outside with a new face in this crew, and that's number 6, Distorted View, who comes out of a field in which she didn't do much running, albeit, but there's some nice horses, and they're probably better than what she meets today, including Majestic Creed, who seems to be Distorted View's kryptonite. She would come back and win again with an 86, and the 7th place finisher even came back with a 72. So all the horses coming out of that race running well in subsequent starts. She looks fine in here overall. It matches up well with her connections from just kind of an overall standpoint. She is does have that winter coat to her, and she's kind of gotten warm because of it, being that it's a warmer type of day in here, but it's not as if she's expending too much energy or anything like that. We'll see how she does here. I'm not sold totally on the one turn from her. She feels like a horse that it benefits from 2 turns where she can kind of get into the race a little bit easier. So we'll see how she negotiates this 1-turn configuration today. Acacia.
She's a bit of a new face. Maggie, thank you. 8-1 right now in Distorted View for Louis Linder. As Maggie mentioned, faced Majestic Creed, who did come back and get that 86 Spire, winning a stake in her subsequent start.
Yeah, has been running against some decent company, even though she's been over at Parks, and we'll see if she can bring in that out-of-town form here. And it's always nice when you have a newer face to a group like this, where you've just seen a lot of these horses take turns defeating each other.
She did run her fastest race on the turf, so we'll see how she handles this group, but is getting a little bit of class relief when she comes here to the NYRA circuit. Though the 3 Suspended Campaign, your favorite, as we'll take a look at her win 2 starts back. This is October 15th, going a mile over Sister Linda, and this was the first start for Suspended Campaign off the claim for Orlando Noda, and the first start when she was able to get the win, stepping up in class a little bit.
And you can see she just gives herself a lot of work to do, but she is able to run down the horses that were more forwardly placed, Sister Linda being one of them in Vegas weekend as well that day. And she's a horse where you might not think that she's going to get there, but she does produce a very reliable late run when she's spotted correctly. And I feel as though last time the race she was in, just a little bit of a tougher level for her, but at the same time, we saw a horse in Run Devil who she's facing again today be more successful in there and finishing second behind Freudian. So with the price discrepancy as well as pace dynamics, it led me to put her a little bit further down in my selections.
As this was a horse that Orlando Noda and Zilla Racing Stables actually reclaimed, and they were immediately rewarded with the win 2 starts back. We'll see if she can return to the winner's circle today, coming back into the straight claiming ranks. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the 1 Triple P.
A horse that's a big price right now in comparison to the rest of the field, but can have a little bit of forward position.
Maybe that'll be to her benefit. There is Sister Linda. She does have that early speed and not feeling the lead pony today.
Not in the mood, but another horse that is going to be forward and won't have to deal with Vegas weekend today.
She'll rematch with Suspended Campaign. Who's your favorite?
I just wish I had more of an excuse for her last time, but if she runs a race 2 back, she will be awfully tough.
Here's Mia Be a Star.
A horse that's just been facing much tougher company, does give herself a lot to do early, but gets some class relief as well.
Another horse who could be a little forward, Run Devil.
Ran second last time in a race that Suspended Campaign was not as successful in.
And that new face, Distorted View.
Just a horse that is going to be facing the likes of these for the first time, where you have everybody else that you've seen what they've done against each other, and it's just a nice new opportunity.
You can take home your share of $2,500 today. Hit the late pick 4 at Aqueduct for a share of $2,500. This bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NYRABets.com. It's great to hit the late pick 4, but even better if you get that little extra bonus on top of it. Suspended Campaign, still your favorite. Let's go back to Mia Be a Star, who I know is your top selection. She has been facing better. Does it concern you that typically she is one that likes to come from off of it as well?
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at races for horses of this level, you always kind of want to gravitate towards a horse that has a little bit more forward position, because you might be dealing with a situation where horses just don't like to pass others. And she's a horse that she's a very reliable board hitter. She's finished second and third 11 times each over her career, 52 starts in total, now making her a 53rd. But the company that she's been keeping lately, just a world of better horses that would be shorter prices in a field like this, like Sweet Mystery, the good version of Buston Bay, Portage, and even in the turf race last time where she was a huge price. I mean, she was just keeping better company overall. She's also taken a significant amount of money off of her morning line as well, though it doubles a little bit more in keeping with the morning line price on her. But I just felt as though if she can sort of have that ability that she had shown a couple of starts ago, even going back to earlier this summer, she would be awfully tough if she ran her race today.
The number 5, Run Devil, 7-2 right now. Ruben Silvera going to be aboard this one for Rudy Rodriguez, as she finished second last time out in that race, won by Freudian, as you touched on. A distant and rather disappointing 4th for Suspended Campaign in that same race.
And I just wish that I had an excuse for Suspended Campaign in here. She was a little bit compromised at the start, but she's a horse that always likes to come from far off the pace. So with Run Devil, I just thought that she would be more forward than her, and kind of get the jump on a rival that she's already finished ahead of.
There she is. No catching Freudian that day, but finishing a respectable second did Run Devil. Your favorite still 8-5, though. For more as horses warm up, let's go back to Maggie.
And just getting back to that last race that we just saw, it felt as though if you go online and check our track trends that Andy Serling diligently does every single day that we have racing here, you would find that on that particular day, November 9th, that the track was tilted towards forward runners. And obviously that did not suit Suspended Campaign. And really for this race, what I saw in the paddock was about the same of what I saw out in the racetrack. Suspended Campaign looks great for it being, cooler weather, winter time. She's dappled head to toe, which is a great sign. She's warmed up beautifully. I have no problems with her whatsoever. It's just the price. So I actually maybe was really cemented in liking Sister Linda after I watched her warm up, as she moved beautifully and just so nicely on the bridle. So I'm going to take Sister Linda in here, who does have a bit more early foot. Now, Mia Be a Star, I get it. This is definitely a drop in class for what she's been doing as of late. And she is ultimately an overachiever, I think. But she does run an awful lot. You see 20 starts in 2022. She's working on her 13th here this season. And for me, she just always looks like a tired horse. She just doesn't carry her weight well. She doesn't show that much energy. I get it. She can win here, totally. But she's never going to be one I can wholeheartedly endorse from what I see from her pre-race, Acacia.
Yeah, she's a tough one, Maggie. Mia Be a Star, as she, well, at least she's consistent. She always kind of looks like that, as Maggie was saying. But yes, she does leave herself some work to do, and with frequent racing in her campaign, it's worth asking at the very end of November, is she kind of starting to feel the effects of that long campaign?
Yeah, it's a fair question to ask, and something you and I were talking a little bit off camera about is she just doesn't seem like that easy keeper type and doesn't really carry that condition from race to race. So she is who she is and certainly runs her race respectably so, but she's also not a winning type of horse. She's kind of that 1 win per year animal.
Well, she got her win in July, so let's see if she can make it 2 in the year before the year comes to a close. 7-5, though, 3-2 now on the number 3 Suspended Campaign. Maggie liking what she saw from the 2 Sister Linda. Do you feel like she could potentially turn the tables on your favorite?
I think that she might have less pace pressure to deal with now because a horse that had kind of softened her up a little bit early in that start where a Suspended Campaign was able to run her down was Vegas Weekend, who was forwardly placed, and she won't be participating in this race today. So perhaps that little bit of an advantage might be helpful to her. But Sister Linda's a horse that's a little bit tough to trust because we do see those multiple layoff lines for her, a horse that hasn't been able to put 2 starts together in a row since December of last year.
5-2 right now on Sister Linda. She will try to make it back-to-back efforts off of that little bit of a layoff here and try to get into the winner's circle today. The number 6 Distorted View, 9-1. Are you a little concerned that she's not taking much money, or do you feel that it could be that they're just not really quite sure what to do with her coming in as a new face?
That's fair. I didn't love her coming into this spot. I think that you can certainly make a valid case for her, and if you do like her, you're getting a great price right now. I didn't love that a lot of those efforts were in off-the-turf races where she had some of those better numbers, and that she is kind of a type, as you had mentioned, her fastest race was on the grass. So I kind of wonder where she fits from a class standpoint, but again, if you like a 9-1, please bet.
9-1, a good price. 3-2 on your favorite Suspended Campaign as she goes. And race 2 coming up in the Big A, early pick 4. Kicking off here, here's Chris Griffin.
Distorted View. Is it? All set. And they're off. Distorted View breaks well towards the outside, and their speed from Sister Linda in the early mix, and Be a Star is in between horses with Run Devil. Now Run Devil will assert with Sister Linda. They're clear 1-2 with Be a Star is taken back to third, about to be passed to the inside by Triple P as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. Distorted View broke on top, but is now towards the tail end, is going to be second to last, is in the 5th spot, and now they start to move closer, that trio. The early trailer is Suspended Campaign, who's patiently ridden at the back end of the field. They went 23-3, tightly bunched on the front end, except for the trailer. Suspended Campaign. To the inside, it's Sister Linda, who's a neck in front. Run Devil is stalking right there to the outside from second, and at the rail, that's Triple P. Be a Star is the gray in between horses. Distorted View starts to make a move up on the outside with less than a half mile to go. Suspended Campaign is still the trailer, now getting encouraged to move forward as 8 lengths off the leader. The leader is Sister Linda. It's Sister Linda who went 46-3 for the half-mile time, is alone up top. Run Devil is now asked the question here from second. Triple P is at the rail in third. Distorted View is trying to run on. Be a Star drops out of it. And Suspended Campaign is starting to launch that run, but is still 7 off the lead and cornering wide. They reach the top of the stretch, and Sister Linda and Jose Gomez fully in command. 3 lengths in front and widening this margin now. Here comes Run Devil, who's back for more to the outside and starts to close in just a touch inside the final furlong. Sister Linda has not put away Run Devil yet. Here comes Run Devil, who's lunging late. Sister Linda almost there. Run Devil continues to chase. Sister Linda holds on. Sister Linda over Run Devil. Then Be a Star came back to get third over Distorted View in 1 minute 37-3.
Sister Linda with the win, just holding off Run Devil in the late stages, but that speed dangerous. A top pick by Maggie.
Yeah, great pick by Maggie, and able to put some races back-to-back finally. A horse that we knew was going to have that forward position, and just enough less pace pressure today to get her home to the winner's circle. Kind of a seriously disappointing effort from your favorite Suspended Campaign, who she's a horse that does come from off the pace, but she just didn't really fire at all today.
No, she didn't. And the always dependable Be a Star, though, she came running up the inside, and we'll get a check once again, finishing third to 5. for 6. But just sometimes with those horses that are deep closers, it's very tough for them to really kind of make a dent in these types of races.
Exactly, and a horse that she's been reliable in the past, that's how she runs, but it's just hard to trust horses like that being able to get the right kind of setup, especially when you have a horse on the front end who is legitimate speed.
Sister Linda, she was able to hold on over Run Devil, who put in a valiant effort to be second, but back-to-back starts off the bench, and this one a victory for Michelle Nevin, who's also co-owner of this one as well. 4-year-old filly by Boys at Toscanova. Jose Gomez in the saddle, who's been the regular rider for this filly all along. 5-2 on Sister Linda, getting the victory, using that early speed to her advantage. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded. And while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. We just saw race number 2 take place, and it was Sister Linda using that speed to her advantage to get the win with Jose Gomez.
Just a rider that's been making all the right decisions lately and riding some very smart and patient races, and today was the right choice to go right to the lead, and that's exactly what he did.
Using that speed, a little love the winner's circle. We love to see it. $7.20 winner, trained by Michelle Nevin, who's standing by with Maggie.
And Acacia, as you said, co-owner too. Michelle, Sister Linda doesn't often make it to the races, but today she was able to pair those races back to back. It resulted in a win.
Yeah, you know, finally we were able to go back to back with her, and you know, I think it did her well that we didn't have so much time between races, a little fitter around this time.
And Michelle, you often do co-own or own some of your own horses. Do you like that, or is it a disadvantage as a trainer?
Oh, I think it's always good for a little action, you know, to have some fun.
Yeah. Also familiar with this one, Sire, Boys of Toscanova, who you worked with when you worked for Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, I used to gallop him. He was a little terror, but a nice horse.
Well, yeah, he was a Boys at... My boy Tate was a Boys at Toscanova, right?
Yes, he was.
Are you drawn to them because you know how to kind of manage them at all?
Yeah, I think they're just like their dad. They're very moody.
Oh dear. So making your job a little bit difficult?
Sometimes.
Well, you've done a great job with the ones you've had. Congratulations here with Sister Linda.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Michelle Nevin, Sister Linda gets the win. And always nice when you see your name in the owner's line as well, Acacia. I know you're going to get a little extra payday.
Yeah, good day for the barn indeed, Maggie, and good to see that it all runs in the family when it comes to that Boys at Toscanova line. But Michelle, as Maggie said, well acquainted with how to manage those types. We turn our attention on to race 3. New York bred claiming race for $25,000, going 6 furlongs on the main track. 3-year-olds and upward. Tommy Gunn, currently the favorite for Lolita Shivmango, who trained that horse, or excuse me, claimed that horse and brings him back pretty quickly. But once again, has the always dangerous early speed.
Exactly, a horse that should be in front in this spot, running back quickly off of the Mike Maker training, and just a horse that's very game as well, going out for these new connections.
And sharp connections as well. We'll see if he can keep the good momentum going and get the victory here. As we'll talk a little bit more after this quick timeout about the graded stakes coming up this weekend, including the field for the Remsen. Last year, Danny Gargan was in the winner's circle with W&L. He'll look to get back-to-back wins in the Kentucky Derby prep with Dornoch, the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage. We'll talk a little bit more about him when we come back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
They're stopping. War Bomber in front. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Seal Team takes the lead. Seal Team.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
W&L on the outside of Arctic Arrogance. The two of them are right together as they head for home. 3/4 in 1, 12 in 1. Tuskegee Airman is all out in third, but now 4 lengths from the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Arctic Arrogance on the inside and W&L on the outside. The front two have separated themselves from the rest of the field. W&L on the outside narrowly. Arctic Arrogance continues to battle on. They come on for the finish, and it is W&L to win the Remsen.
WNL winning the 2022 Remsen Stakes for Danny Gargan and West Paces Racing. He had a little bit of a tough winter and then actually came back off a bit of a layoff after disappointing efforts in the Sam Davison Florida Derby, and we saw him win at Keeneland just about a month ago at the end of October. So we'll see what could be in store for him in his 4-year-old season next year.
Exactly, a horse that really tried that Florida version of the Kentucky Derby Trail. Didn't quite pan out, but still has a future ahead of him going into next year with that win at Keeneland. So you never know what's going to come out of these races, and could be some horses that we'll see on the Triple Crown Trail next year.
Yeah, as mentioned, 2 years ago in the Remsen, we saw Mo Donegal winning over early voting, just horses that won 2/3 of the Triple Crown.
Exactly, you never know what we might get.
We'll see if Danny Gargan can get back-to-back wins in the Remsen, as he has Dornoch, who is 5-2. This is the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, who we just learned has been retired and will start standing stud at Airdrie Stud coming up for this next year. But of course, the full brother, very successful on the racetrack, and a horse that had been well touted early on in his career and took a couple starts to get going, Sarah. Obviously, he appreciated more distance, and he won impressively with a 90 Beyer speed figure at Keeneland last out.
And this is a big effort for him as you see him draw away from the rest of the competition here, and still very green. You see him all over the racetrack, hanging on that inside left lead and taking his time to switch over. But just the way that he was able to put this separation on the rest of the field, the number came back pretty decent as well, 90 Beyer speed figure, as you mentioned, and just a horse that there's still some upside with him as he figures things out and becomes a little bit more professional in his races as well.
Now making start number 4, has that foundation of having won at a mile and a 16th last time out. It seems to have improved as the distances got longer, and he will stretch out again to go the mile and an 1/8 in the Remsen on Saturday. Now, the Nashua was a bit of an upset, and we saw Where's Chris at a big price, getting the victory over Bilal, who had been a much shorter price, along with Bookham Dano, who had been impressive coming into that race. Where's Chris got an 88 Beyer speed figure for that effort. The question is, Sarah, can he repeat it against this type of company?
Exactly. This was a race where he was 19-1 that day, a little bit of a surprise, but this was a game effort for him as he stretched out in distance for the first time. He was trying to get by a horse that had been very impressive in Bookham Dano in his first few races, and clearly the distance seems to agree with him, and just the training job that Rick Dutrow has done, as well as the training that he's done with several of his horses. This is a barn that you need to pay attention to and really respect coming into a race like this.
A barn that's batting 30% for the meet, as you mentioned, and Where's Chris pulling the upset with Isaac Castillo. He'll stay aboard and looking for back-to-back wins and see if he can stretch out effectively once again to the mile and an 1/8 distance of the Remsen on Saturday. I'm sure he won his first race past 6 furlongs, and that was trying a mile last time out. Bilal, a horse that seemed to be one who would appreciate a little bit more distance, finishing 3rd in that Nashua. We'll see what he does, taking the blinkers off. There's Where's Chris, as he will look to, as mentioned, pick up another victory in the Remsen. But it's a big group. Let's bring in Maggie to this conversation. And Maggie, we touched on a couple of the big players on paper, but as we know, there's a lot of growth and development that can happen with these 2-year-olds. Who are you most looking forward to seeing in that Remsen?
Well, Acacia, I want to see what $2.3 million can get you in their second start, and that is the Sierra Leone in here, second-time starter for Chad Brown, who won the mile debut. And if you go back and watch that race, and we'll pick it up here at the quarter pole, but throughout the running of the race, he seemed to be running in stops and starts. And when Manny Franco was able to kind of guide him to the outside, it was like, he was like, oh, okay, I can run on now. And he actually will eventually win here under wraps, so easily handling the field. Now, it wasn't the fastest of affairs, and we'll get maybe a better inclination of how that race stacks up for him when we see the horse who finished 3rd in that race, Ignite the Light, hopefully come back earlier on in the Cigar Mile Day card and try a maiden special weight field. But Sierra Leone, Acacia, looked like one in the paddock that was gorgeous. I mean, obviously, he should be given that price tag, but also that he was just a little bit heavy. There's a lot of substance to him, so I thought he would need a race going forward. Well, he's got it now, and there is nothing about him that says he will be limited in getting the 9 furlongs. If anything, he might want more ground.
Next step for him, Maggie, he'll be fun to see what he has to offer in that Remsen, going the mile and an eighth for the first time. And as Maggie mentioned, a big price tag for the son of Gunrunner. We know just how impressive his offspring have been and how I knock my iPad over as how they have certainly not had distance limitations.
Absolutely not. And just a horse that was also able to really improve throughout his career as time went on and become that more well-developed older horse as well. So certainly a lot of potential from his offspring going forwards, even beyond a 3-year-old campaign.
A huge stride on Sierra Leone as well. Looking forward to seeing what he has to offer in just his second start after a very educational debut, winning at a mile first time out. Back to today, though, horses in the paddock for the third race of the afternoon. Again, it's a $25,000 New York bred claiming race, and there is Tommy Gunn. And the thing with him, too, on top of that early speed, coming back pretty quickly off the claim, he's going back into the New York bred company for the first time in a while, Sarah.
Exactly. Just a horse where there's a lot to be made as far as a case for him. It might look like he's stepping up in class on paper, but really, just as you mentioned, a horse that had been facing open company, though, for a slightly lower level at the $14,000 tag last time out when he was able to get the victory, and just one that he might not have to face as much pace pressure this time around. Only horse that I could see trying to challenge him early would be Quick Flash 2 is outside.
We'll see how it does play out. Tommy Gunn currently 5-2. There is Quick Flash as he's first off the claim for Mark Hennig, also changing barns.
And Mark Hennig doesn't claim a ton of horses, but he is 5 for 20 first off the claim over the past 5 years. On dirt, he's 3 for 7, so winning at a high percentage and a decent ROI of $5.86 is one of those was 7-1, another 6-1, another 4-1. So fair priced horses are able to get the job done for him. And while you might look at him going into this barn for the first time, he's been with these owners in the past recently, and that was a big effort for him when he was with Rob Atras on September 16th. It was for Windy Lake Farm, so perhaps something to consider that he's run well for this barn before.
That's right. Owners going back in for him, and he had that disappointing effort 2 back. But as you can see, he's just a big, heavy type of horse. Probably not one that loves a wet track, so gets to stay on the fast main track in here today, coming out of that 4th place finish last time out. So we'll see what he does his first start in this barn. 5-1 right now. A couple of other horses at 7-2, including the number 1 Bust and Shout, as he at one point was running some quick races in Saratoga this summer. He's cutting back in distance, which is, I think, what he prefers. Can he get back to some of those faster races?
Well, if he does, he'll be awfully tough in here. But as far as the company that he was keeping when he was able to run those faster numbers, that race on July 14th where he was able to win with an 80 Beyer speed figure at a bit of a price, he was defeating a horse that we saw come back recently in Airport and really not run that well. Given the circumstances are different for each horse, and that was one that was off a little bit off a layoff and avoided claim as well. But you kind of have to wonder if he's in that same type of form as he was in the past, because his recent efforts don't necessarily put him in the winner's circle here.
He's got a lot to prove today, that's for sure, as he cuts back in distance for Rudy Rodriguez, and he will kick off the post parade.
I do think that this cutback in distance will help him quite a bit. I don't think he wants to go a mile, and he does get a little class relief in comparison to his last race.
Here's another one cutting back in distance, 6%.
He has some races in the past that would make him awfully tough, but since his last 3, we kind of wonder where they are.
Your favorite, Tommy Gunn?
Just a horse that should be forwardly placed and does go out off short rest for new connections.
Here's the 4 Always Charming, dropping class.
Significant class relief for him, at one point able to defeat Win for Gold earlier this year.
Turf to Dirt Franco Curly.
A horse that hasn't really had a lot of opportunities on this surface and does get some class relief as well.
Here's Unflappable Max coming in from Presque Isle.
He switches back to dirt off a synthetic try. It hasn't really been as competitive lately on this circuit.
And Quick Flash, first off the claim to the outside.
Took a flash and wagering here down to 5-2. Just one that should get that nice outside trip right off of the forwardly placed horse in Tommy Gunn.
And favoritism is now actually clicked over to the number 1, Bust and Shout. Tommy Gunn, though, as you mentioned, he got the win last time out. That's a look at the 2, though, 6%, who's cutting back in distance for the first time in quite a while. He's been running much longer. This is a race from him, his last win, which was in January.
And I don't know that we're going to see this type of effort from him again anytime soon, but I think that you look at this race and you see that he got a 90 Beyer speed figure and winning here, and it doesn't live in complete isolation. He has numbers before this and even after this that are similar enough. I wonder with him, is he the same horse off of that little bit of a freshening? We saw him kind of decline a little bit since returning to the races this September, and he just hasn't been quite as competitive since earlier this year. So he'll have to run a little bit better than we've seen lately, though third off a layoff now.
He was very tough to handle in the backstretch last time, too. Ruben Silvera has gotten a little familiar with him. 7-1 on 6%. For more, let's go back to Maggie.
And as he cuts back in distance, I kind of wanted to see this big type of warm-up that he is getting today. Now, he's a horse that really struggles to keep his conditioning behind the saddle. He looks like a horse that is screaming out EPM, which is a neurological condition where horses, top line and hindquarters will kind of drop away. And that's something that he has struggled with, especially as of late. And it was really noticeable, or it might be that, it might be an injury that he had sustained at some point in his pelvis or something along those lines, because it was really noticeable going back to September 23rd when he did drop in class and was a well-beaten favorite that day. He has put on a bit more weight, at least in his front end, with the Cantor Mossy second off the claim here. It's just also, he's just not built to be a sprinter. But he's a generous 7-1 at the moment. And I do like the way that Ruben Silvera is handling him today with this turn back in distance. Now, number 1, that's your current 5-2 lukewarm favorite, Bust and Shout. He looks fine. It's just as a favorite, I wish he showed me a little bit more energy in the warm-up, just kind of not really engaged at all or taking a hold of the bit whatsoever with Luis Rivera aboard, who climbs back on him. Now, he does turn back in distance, which is the right move in here, although I thought that maybe he could handle it because he has a little bit of a bigger, rangier horse. But let's get back to what has shown to be his affinity in sprinting. It's just, he's not saying, pick me, I look fantastic as a favorite. That does go to the horse who just clicked over to favoritism in number 7, Quick Flash. And Mark Hennig, although he's historically not a proverbial claiming trainer, as of late in the last several years, he has done it a bit more frequently, and he's done so with pretty impressive numbers. And I always pay attention to his horses first off the claim. Now, I did like Quick Flash last time, but he was embroiled in what was a very quick pace, part of a 4-horse pace duel in which Mr. JT got the perfect setup, though he did have to wait for some room to get through. It was just not ideal for any of those horses attending the pace, and he just got tired, rightfully so. He looks fantastic, and now he's not necessarily under the gun being from the outside. We'll see what Dylan Davis opts to do with him today. It looks as though he could be on the front end, or he could just sit right off of it, but I've liked everything I've seen from Quick Flash here. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. 3-1 on Quick Flash as he comes out of that Mr. JT race where Mr. JT, kind of muscled his way out, though was the best in that field. But he should be able to kind of have from the outside post a little bit of a calmer type of trip today.
Exactly. That was my thinking as well. And I felt as though the pace last time was just a lot more contentious and honest than it's likely to be today, because there just aren't quite as many horses that want to be in that position early. And we're taking a look at one of them right now in Tommy Gunn, who does seem like the horse that should be in front here, with Quick Flash likely sitting right off of him.
Tommy Gunn, Romero Mirage looking for his second win of the day, trying to use that speed to his advantage. The one Bust and Shout, though, your favorite. Not necessarily glowing remarks from Maggie in the warm-up. We'll see if he can get back to some of those bigger races, and that really is a question. And you kind of remarked, and it's true, these are older horses who maybe have some good races on the go back, but the question is, do they still have them?
Right. It's what have you done for me lately, exactly, with this group of horses, because almost everybody has a race that would make them extremely tough in a spot like this, but they haven't shown it on the racetrack as of late.
Pick 4 starting here. Don't forget about that. Is 5-2 on the number 1 Bustin' Shout. He starts to load in, son of the consistent New York stallion, Bustin' Stones. He also gets back to New York bred company as well. Starting to load in for race number 3. There's the number 6 and Flappable Max. Little bit obstinate at the starting gate as he will go in. Isaac Castillo in the saddle, getting ready for the 3rd race here. We'll send it up to track announcer Chris Griffin for the call.
Tommy Gun goes in. Always Charming. Uncle Curly. And Quick Flash. Quick Flash goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Uncle Curly, who's at the back of the field. Quick Flash, the other gray, has early speed, and there's Tommy Gun, who fires to the front, and Tommy Gun is up by a half length. Right up alongside is going to be Quick Flash, who's going to take second. Patiently ridden Luis Ferrer Jr. and Bustin' Shout, they're at the rail in 3rd. Progressing to the outside of that one is Always Charming, and out in the center of the racetrack, here comes Unflappable Max. Unflappable Max is tugging at Isaac Castillo, starts to progress, is now 3 wide in that second grouping, and is now challenging for the 3rd spot. Underdrive from the back, that's 6%, and slow starting Uncle Curly is the trailer. Pumped up, pressured, opening quarter, 22-4. Quick Flash is trying to put away Tommy Gun, who's back to second. Here comes that run from Unstoppable Max from in between horses. Right there is Always Charming as the host of pursuers in behind the battling duo at the top of the stretch. 6% is now in the hut, and here comes 6% after the top 2. It's Quick Flash, still duking it out here with Tommy Gun, and Tommy Gun is boxing right back towards the inside for a final furlong. Quick Flash is in between horses. 6% Bustin' Shout wanted off the rail, has some clear running room. Here comes 6% to the outside of Tommy Gun, who's very resilient. It's down to these two to the line. Photo finish. Photo ended up between Tommy Gun to the inside, 6% to the outside. Quick Flash finished 3rd. It's a tight photo in 1 minute 11.38 seconds.
Tight photo between 6% outside in the red blinkers and Tommy Gun inside in the blue blinkers. Very resilient coming down to the wire in race 3.
I think Tommy Gun was able to hold on, but it's close here at 6%, coming back with a little bit of a better effort than we had seen from him in the past. It's a tight photo.
I think it was the 3 inside.
I think so too.
Yeah. But a nice effort from 6%, who, as you mentioned, had some questions to answer. And I think, too, you know, sometimes with a horse like that who maybe had some questions, as Maggie had touched on, with Ruben Silveira getting to know him last time, and he gave him a lot to handle, especially in the backstretch last time out. And he was very nicely settled underneath him today, a rider that seems to really kind of learn about the horses that he rides, as unfortunately 6% does come up just short. It was the 3 Tommy Gun who held on in the photo.
And the cutback in distance for him as well. He finally got a decent setup today, too. A horse that had been going those longer distances, but a well-timed ride to almost get there today. But Tommy Gun able to hold on, and a great first off the claim for Lolita Shibmungal, who takes this horse from Mike Maker.
Yeah, very clever barn, a very good trainer as well. Lolita does a great job with her horses, and a smart placing by this guy to get him back into New York bred company. 3-2-7-1. We saw Uncle Curly. Just want to give a quick mention about him. He was very hard to handle throughout, a horse that has always liked to drift, and apprentice Alicia Ruiz is having a tough time handling him, as he does seem fine making his way back over to the to get untacked to the saddling area.
He just wants to go somewhere else. It's okay.
He wanted to go, as my friend Ron Nicoletti used to say, won't go to the popcorn stand. Tommy Gun, though, very game in victory, 3-2-7-1 in race number 3. Romero Mirage picking up his 2nd win of the day. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back in race number 3 in the book. Stay with us. A lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races after this.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curling, the classic sire.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Tommy Gunn, speedy and resilient seems to be the story as he pairs wins up back-to-back, but this time for a new barn, as Lolita Shibmingal joins me here. And first off the claim, Lola, it was like the same exact effort that he ran last time. He is so game.
Yeah, he came out of his race really good. I was so happy when I claimed him that he came out so good. So I was like, you know, I'm not going to sit around with this horse. I'm just going to run him right back. And then this spot came up. So I was like, this is the spot. I'm going to run him. And he ran well. I'm so proud and happy that he did good.
And how about your jock, Romero Mirage, getting a second win on the day, and he just took no prisoners from that inside post.
No, he rode him hard, and the horse was game, and I'm just happy that we got the job done.
Lolita, you have another runner. I'll let you go in a second, but we often talk about how good your horses are turned out in the paddock. Small stable, but you seem to give them the best care.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I love them like they're my kids, you know? So I take care of them. If I lose one in a claim, I cry, but it's the game, you know?
Well, wishing you the best of luck in the 5th race. Got a long shot at Sweet as Sugar, but congrats on the win here.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Lolita Shibmingal gets the win with Tommy Gunn. And when you have a horse in good form, as she said, you just got to run him, Acacia.
She made the right decisions here, Maggie, holding on all over 6%. And I love the way Lolita was talking about her horses. And you can see all of that care. You know, we've said it so many times, but it is so true. And it's worth repeating. Not a barn that has a lot of horses, but do not be afraid. I mean, every single one of them is so well turned out before the races.
And just able to take the time and give them the attention that they deserve, and just a very intelligent spot to put this horse in, and knowing that he was fit and ready to go, and the right choice to bring him back.
$9 winner Tommy Gunn holding on in that tight photo finish. On to race number 4, $50,000 claiming race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. As Maggie mentioned, we'll see the barn back in action again a little bit later on today. But here's a look at the field for this upcoming 4th race. And one of the entries is 5-2. There were 3 of them in here. And that one is currently Emerald Forest and Amundsen, both for the Cantor Mossy barn. And Amundsen, the one that is taking a drop in class and has that very quick race 2 back.
Exactly, just a horse that's been keeping some good company lately. Drops from the Hudson, where he ran into the good version of Rotney that day, and before that was able to defeat Straight Arrow, who came back to win his next 2 dirt starts before trying the Clark. So that early speed and just the class he's been keeping, he makes a lot of sense.
Well, as we mentioned, coming up on Saturday, not only Cigar Mile Day, but we'll have some live racing action for you from Jamaica with the Mute Mile. And taking a look a little bit more of the sites, we'll have on-site coverage from Caymanas Park. There is the Bob Marley Museum, as Bob Marley bought House on Hope Road in Kingston in 1976, lived in the house until his death in 1981, and wrote and recorded multiple albums in his own studio right there.
It's pretty impressive. I'd like to be there.
Yeah. Looks pretty awesome as our crew over there in Jamaica getting a chance to enjoy some of the incredible sights and the beautiful scenes. As here's the field, 16 horses for the Mute Mile, a mile grade 1, big day in Jamaica, and really exciting to have the opportunity to show some of this coverage. And we have boots on the ground. As we mentioned, Andy Serling, in between his beach trips and his museum sites, he was at the post position draw to give us a live look at what's going on.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's an incredible honor for me. At NYRA, someone will say we should have a Jamaican day, and I'll say, well, every day at Aqueduct's a Jamaican day. And I have so many great friends that I've had for 30 or more years. They've been telling me, you have to go to Jamaica. You have to go to Caymanas Park. You've got to go. It's so great. Everybody loves racing. And obviously I believe them because of how much the Jamaican community supports us. And they support us in person. And one of the things in racing, especially in America, is getting people to come to the track. Well, we don't have to worry about that with the Jamaicans. They are there, and they are there in force. It's an incredible honor. I can't tell you how much it means to me that I could be asked to come down to what I think are the greatest fans in horse racing, and to be here with you guys and to be able to celebrate the running of this race with people like Solomon and so many others that are committed to bringing racing to Jamaica and making it prosper. It means a great deal to be part of it, and I'm honored to be here. Don't say that you're honored to have me. I am the one who is greatly honored to be here with you. So thank you so much for having me.
Andy Serling saying some nice words at the post position draw. And yeah, we're really, really excited to have the opportunity to show the racing coverage. A few years ago down at Gulfstream Park, we had the Clásico del Caribe, when you had a couple of representatives from Jamaica come here stateside, and just the passion, the excitement that there is there for racing, and really wonderful to have the opportunity to highlight one of their big days.
Absolutely. And as Romero Mirage stated earlier on today, that they treat racing like a big stakes day every day. So of course, anytime that enthusiasm comes across on camera, it's great to see. And Andy Serling certainly having a good time there so far, and just really understands the value of the Jamaican influence on especially Aqueduct, and how many do come out and support our racing here.
Well, we look forward to all of that coming up on Saturday. As far as our card here at Aqueduct on Saturday, 4 graded stakes to look forward to, and that does include the Go for Wand. Dr. B won the race last year with the fastest race of her career, wiring the field. She'll try to go back-to-back, though she's not won a race since then. Trying to get back on track on Saturday. We'll talk more about it after this.
Drain the Clock will win, and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Dr. B in front. Bank Sting now moves into second. Flight to Shanghai is next in third, and Betsy Blue is fourth as the field comes into the stretch with Dr. B in front. Bank Sting on the outside in second. Dr. B is the leader. Bank Sting is in second. Betsy Blue has now moved into third. It is Dr. B who has a 3-length lead and just a 16th to the finish. And this is going to be a record-setting stakes victory for jockey Irad Ortiz Jr.
77 stakes wins on the year for Irad Ortiz Jr. that day in the Gopher Wand with Dr. B. Jose Lezcano will be aboard this year, though, as she'll look to defend her title. The question is, though, Sarah, she's coming in a little bit different form this year than the way she was last year.
And that's a fair assessment. I mean, this is a horse that came back this year in the Vagrancy and ended up going off as your favorite, finishing second that day, and just has been keeping some good company overall. A little disappointing in the Park Sturt Mile, but that was against the boys last time, and now faces the fillies and mares again, and she's 4-1 on the morning line.
It was quite a wet track that day at Parks as well. And she faced Echo Zulu and Goodnight Olive and the ballerina prior to that, as we'll see what she can do. A couple of other intriguing contenders in here, though, as Tizzy in the Sky for Todd Pletcher, a horse that really has kind of found her form with going longer. She'll cut back to the mile on Saturday.
And this was a game second place finish behind Interstate Daydream, who's a horse that certainly had quite a few credentials for the Brad Cox barn and had a win before that in Allowance Company, and just one that seems to really be coming to hand to face graded stakes types now for the Pletcher barn, and she has a little bit more lightly raced look to her than some of the other contenders in here, but certainly one that's worth some consideration going into this field.
She does have early speed as well. Gerrymander to her outside, as well as Good Sam. Also not slow early, so it could make things a little interesting as far as how the pace might show up. Don't think Dr. B is going to be able to waltz on the front end like she was in the Gopher Wand last year.
Very true. A lot of horses that do want to be forwardly placed. And Good Sam, as you mentioned, a 3-year-old that's facing older, who is certainly very promising for Chad Brown.
Back to today, we have race 4 coming up next. Again, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for a $50,000 claiming race, 3-year-olds and upward. And there were 3 entries in here. Scratch of the one chewing gum, so the 1A will go alone. But there is one part of the entry in Amundsen, probably the one that is taking most of the money, as that entry is 8-5 right now. For more as horses in the paddock, let's get a report from Maggie.
Well, Acacia, as you mentioned, a lot of entries in here. As I'll look at the 4 and 5 in here, which are next to each other on the odds board, but they're a long way away from each other in the gate, as number 4, Life Changer, will break from the inside post for John Terranova as he comes back off of a layoff, which we haven't seen him since Belmont Stakes weekend. And he's coming off the back of a win, too. Now, he is very laid back yet again. That's typical of him. He isn't one that is very energetic prior to his races, at least as of late. Now, as a 6-year-old, and I always tell this about the Oxbows, they all are typically labeled as bay, but they have a lot of white flecks throughout their coat. It's just an interesting trait that Oxbow seems to pass down to his progeny. And while Life Changer looks fit today, he just looks as though he needs a race to kind of strengthen up, though he is a horse that can run well and fire well fresh. He just hasn't been consistently on the racetrack, at least in the last year. As we move on to number 5, Jeff Fafa, who's nearly on the outside. Ambitious spot, first time coming to the States, honestly, as this Alberta, Canada bred, was entered in the Bold Ruler, and he looked as though he was going to have pace from the outside and maybe pressure Durante, but he did not get away. He just didn't break that day. So we'll see if he breaks better this time around, because in his previous races north of the border, he is awfully quick, and he's certainly built that way. He is compact, he is stout, he looks more like a quarter horse than maybe a classic-looking thoroughbred. He is one that they saddle outside typically, but he has handled himself really well yet again here. So it's kind of interesting, Acacia, as a horse that this is only the second time I'm seeing him. I'm wondering if it's almost better if he's a little bit fired up. Maybe that leads to a better break. I don't know necessarily, but he certainly, from the overall perspective, looks fantastic here as he's dappled head to toe and extremely healthy looking for the Atras barn.
And get some class relief too, Maggie. Thank you, Jeff Fafa, after trying Durante and High Oak last time out in the Bold Ruler. So we'll see if he can get back on track. As this fourth race will kick off today's Pick 6 sequence, here's a look at the types of races that we'll be covering for the next 6, $46,000 plus in that Pick 6 carryover after some big prices this weekend. And good luck if you're playing today. It is not an easy sequence.
No, and not a ton of huge prices that I could find, at least, but some horses at short prices that might be tough to trust and not a particular standout within the sequence.
Over 125,000 in the pool already, as we will be bouncing around here with all the entries, as Maggie mentioned, starting with the 1A Clem Labine, who will actually break from the far outside.
Yeah, the part of the entry that does stay in, and a horse that's going out for the Jacobson barn, getting a little bit of class relief.
Here is the 2 Emerald Forest.
You have to imagine that it's the other part of the entry taking a little bit more money, but he's no slouch either.
2B Amundsen, big drop in class from trying the Hudson last time.
Faced a horse like Rotney, who's very quick early, and just if he brings his race 2 back, he'll be awfully tough.
Here's the 3 Silly Key. First off, the claim for Charlie Baker.
He has races that would make him competitive, but I worry that his form from earlier this year isn't quite what we're seeing lately.
Charlie's other horse, 7 Nation Army.
A horse that was a little bit ambitiously spotted in the past, actually faced Cowan and Durante 2 back.
Life Changer goes from the rail.
A horse that we haven't seen in a little while, but certainly has races that would make him awfully tough in here.
And coming out of the Bold Ruler, Jeff Fafa.
Just getting some logical class relief and can be forward as well.
And finally, 14-1 Royal Tryst.
A horse that really does seem to prefer an off-going and does his best running over a wet track, which he's not getting today.
Go back to one part of the favored entry, the 2B Amundsen. As mentioned, 2 starts back, he won a state-bred two-other than allowance when he got a 90 Beyer speed figure, was picked up for the claim that day, and tried the Hudson Stakes to no avail, goes back in for 50 today, and he's just a horse that has faced better and has run fast numbers.
Exactly, and while he was with Linda Rice 2 starts ago when able to get this victory, he's run well for different barns in the past with Rob Atras, with Horacio de Paz, with Robertino Diodoro, so I don't worry about him going out for the Cantor Mossies whatsoever. And you look at the horse that he beat in Straight Arrow, who came back and tried the turf with a little bit of a trip, but then he won his next 2 dirt stars before trying the Clark, and it just has been keeping much better company than he's going to be facing today.
Faced Rotney last time out in New York traffic, tough fields in that New York bred stake company. As we mentioned, a couple of other entries. There is 7 Nation Army along with the number 4 Life Changer. Life Changer dropping in class, but as Maggie said, we haven't seen him since June, and then you wonder, is he going to be able to be ready to fire right off of that layoff and put aside missing the summer races after that victory?
He just isn't coming into this race in the same kind of campaign that he had last year. A horse that was making more regular visits to the racetrack last year in 2022. And while when he has run this year, he has shown up with some relatively similar numbers, I do just wonder if we are going to get that same kind of effort that he showed us in his last start when he was able to win with an 86 Beyer speed figure.
Jose Gomez looking for his second win on the card as well. But for more, keeping track of all these entries, let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the one that is most fancied here and one that does stay together, including number 2B, Amundsen. And look, he's just a cool horse that, as you guys are pointing out and has been discussed numerous times before, does seem to run for whatever barn he's in. And last time he had that muddy track, he just didn't seem necessarily happy over it. And furthermore, it was a quick pace, but Rotney was able to survive it and take them gate to wire. Now he's gotten a very big warm-up, but moving really nicely out there beneath Dylan Davis. So we'll see what he does. Does he look quite as good as what he did over the summer? No, but that's also typical for him. He is a horse that maybe physically drops off just a touch when the weather starts getting cooler. But we still see him obviously show up and run decent races no matter what time of year it is. Now, the 2 in here, the backup plan for the Cantor Mazzi's Emerald Forest, he seems to be one that's rounding back into good form. Now, maybe he is a horse that ultimately does prefer a wet track, but good energy, a horse that can get nervous too. So it's kind of, straddling the fine line of, is he over the top or is it just good, conserved pent up energy? And I think it's the latter today, which is a good thing for him, as we do see Ruben Silveira with his feet kicked out of the irons just to kind of keep this guy, content, keeping a lid on it. But as of late, the last few times I've seen him, he's made a great impression on me. So wondering if he can keep this upward trajectory going. Acacia?
He is a good backup plan, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you. Emerald Forest, a horse that was at this level last time out and finished a respectable third. I know it's been a while since he's won, Sarah, but he's a horse that's always kind of knocking on the door.
Exactly, and maybe you could make that argument that the wet track certainly is to his liking, but he has plenty of races over a fast surface like he's getting today that put him right in the mix as well, and I agree. I think that his last 2 races would give him a shot in here if Amundsen doesn't quite run his race.
See if he can build off of that effort, finishing third last time out. Ruben Silveira going to be aboard. Favoritism has now gone over to the number 5, Jeff Fafa, as he had such strong races, though, out of town at the likes of Assiniboia Downs, and you wondered how is that going to transfer going into the Bold Ruler, and now he goes in for the 50,000 today, trying to get back on track.
This is just a more logical spot for him rather than that graded stakes attempt versus a very talented and in-form horse in Durante, and a horse that is likely to be another one that is a little bit more forwardly placed in here. And you might look at those races up in Canada and kind of wonder how he stacks up. But I think that if you want to take a chance on him, that this is a spot that makes a lot more sense than the one he was in last time.
2-1 right now. A couple forces at 2-1. The 3 and 3X taking a little attention as well. And look, they both are horses that have kind of been close. Silly Key first off the claim, and then Seven Nation Army taking a drop in class. Just for both of them, it's been a long time since they've won.
Exactly, just horses that their recent races don't necessarily put them in the hunt, though they do have races to go back to that would make them very tough. And with Seven Nation Army too, as well as Silly Key, these are horses that like to come from a little bit more off the pace than some of your other contenders, and that's always kind of a question mark, especially at a level like this when you do have some strong pace presences.
About to load in for the 4th race. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6, and thank you for participating today with that carryover entry. The 2 and 2B still favored as we get ready for the 4th race to kick it off. You're watching live racing from Aqueduct on FS2. The pick 6 starts here in the 4th. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Amundsen, Jeff Fafa. Silly Key, World Tryst, Clem Labine to the outside to start the pick 6. Is in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Silly Key has got early speed from in between horses. There's Amundsen in the early mix, and Jeff Fafa now with the nose in front. There's plenty of pressure up top, but Jeff Fafa has taken the lead and crosses over, is up by a full length. Amundsen to the inside, wanted to move forward, but is going to hold that second position, and Seven Nation Army to the outside here in third. Just behind them, Emerald Forest is on the move, and that leading quartet is now 5 lengths in front of a driven along Clem Labine, who's losing some ground here, moving to the inside is Life Changer. Silly Key broke on top, is second to last, and the trailer Late running Royal Tris, 22 seconds flat. A quick opening quarter mile for Jeff Fafa. It's Jeff Fafa in front. Here comes Seven Nation Army, who's in pursuit, is looming up on the outside. Emerald Forest and Ruben Silvera, they're watching that move, and here they come 3 wide. At the rail is going to be Amundsen, and Life Changer is starting to rally on. The rest with some running to do. They reach the top of the stretch, and Jeff Fafa is still there. Here comes Emerald Forest, though, and Emerald Forest pounces on this leader, has taken the front. It's Emerald Forest, who's now up by a length and a half and widening. Down towards the inside is Jeff Fafa. Trying to get in the clear is Amundsen. Life Changer from far, far out of it. We're running out of time. Inside the final 16th, it is going to be Emerald Forest to kick off your pick 6. Emerald Forest gets it done. Life Changer. Then came Amundsen. Late run there from Silly Key. And also there with Jeff Fafa. And 1 minute 16 flat.
Emerald Forest gets the win. Maybe it looked like on paper like his stablemate Amundsen was the one taking money, but he was the one that was really good today.
Absolutely, and sometimes when you have these entries, and not that these are the way that anybody necessarily loves playing the races, you want to get the horse that you picked, but you luck out in certain situations where maybe if you liked Amundsen, you progress forward with a horse like Emerald Forest, who got a great ride and set up today off of a pace set by Jeff Fafa, who was coming back to the field late and really just ran right on by.
A big late rally for the 4 Life Changer, who finished second in there. It was a good effort off of the layoff from him, but it was the number 2 Emerald Forest who took over and was always in command. Ruben Silvera in the saddle as he gets the win, building off of that 3rd place finish last time out for the Cantor Mossy brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. They're able to pick up 3rd with Amundsen as well, and we'll see if Life Changer can put some races back to back because he ran well late.
2, 4, then the 2B and the 3 in the 4th race. So if you had the entry of the 2, 2B, you progress, getting out of the first leg of the pick 6 with that carryover. I hope you're still alive and moving on to the next leg. I'm sure a lot of pick 6 players relieved. Moving on.
Yes, surviving and advancing, and hopefully you get some prices home later on, but certainly a logical way to kick things off, and I'm sure many tickets still alive.
Emerald Forest and Ruben Silvera getting the win in the 4th. We'll take a quick break and bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragozins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills. This year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hold on, I'll explain what's going on. Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, I had to fill a little bit there, as we do see Emerald Forest going in to the winner's circle, the kind of insurance plan as part of the entry with Admonson, who they may have been the one they were betting, but please be joined by his trainer, Matt Kankantamasi. And Matt, now tell me if I'm wrong, was he kind of the insurance plan in here, or did you like him a little bit more than Admonson coming in here, who did finish third?
I like both actually, but Emerald, I know when he relaxed in the 6.5, not too much pressure, he could make better things and hot pace today again. And Admonson, I don't know, he is not making the speed he used to make, I believe. He's kind of slowing down, but he didn't quit, he didn't give up. He fought for the third, so it was good finishing first and third.
And you had a second earlier today, and they've claimed every single horse you've run. So the one thing that's good is obviously you're in the right spot, but as you said, I got to stay active in the claim box. You even had a claim in with this race, put a slip in for a horse.
Yeah, I got lucky. They said no shake, so I got the number 4, finished second here. But I lost my both horses. You know what is the good and bad part, in claiming. We claim horses and we do good, of course. Everybody deserves that, put in work on the horses. But some horses, you bring them to old quality and they are gone, and we get attached a little bit. So that's the only sad part. But we always look after them, If we can.
Something I noticed with you guys, it seems it's not like you're a first off the claim, win type of trainer. They almost get better the longer you have them, and that's exactly what we saw with Emerald Forest today.
Yeah, because, it takes time to know a horse. Each horse is different world. So some of them you can understand quickly, but some of them you need time and you need to do your training schedule. It takes time.
Well, you've done an excellent job. Hoping you get some more through the claim box, and you're not done today. You got one in later, right?
Yeah, one more later. Thank you.
Winning drive. Best of luck with him. Congrats here, Matt.
So much. Thank you, Maggie.
Matt Kankantamasi, busy man today, but all that hard work that they put in is certainly paying off, Acacia.
Yes, it is, Maggie. Thank you. Finishing first and third, $6 winner with Emerald Forest. And yes, while both of his horses claimed, picking up Life Changer, that's a very good claim with the nice effort from him today, and especially that there wasn't a shake. That was the only slip dropped on that horse. Very interesting.
I know, a little surprising, but a great horse to be bringing home. Of course, an outfit that I have a lot of respect for. They do a great job, both him and his brother. And these are trainers that, just what they said about bringing horses into their program and taking time with them and how they're all different, you can tell the attention to detail that they pay to their horses.
And much like Lolita said, you get a little attached as well. It's hard not to. Here's a look at the field for the 5th race coming up. $14,000 claiming race, no surprise. Vintage, currently the short price favorite at 8-5. But we will leave the discussion of the 5th race to the gentlemen sitting by and waiting to come on shortly. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up in the desk to take you the rest of the way. That'll do it for Sarah and I, at least me for now. I'll be back reporting in a bit. But Sarah, looking forward to this weekend and a lot of great action still for all of us to cover.
Exactly, an exciting weekend for one of your last ones in New York before you head off to Florida. But we'll see you later on out in the cold.
Yes, I've got my winter coat. I do not handle the cold as well as Maggie does. We all know that. So we'll take a quick time out, and when we come back, we'll learn a little bit more of the story of apprentice jockey Maddie Olver looking for New York success. She's been finding it so far after she started riding, after beginning her career as an exercise rider. That story coming up after this.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Now, you've been working for a while now with Christophe Clement, his son Miguel.
Yes.
When and how did you hook up with them?
I was still in college at the time, and I was looking at a stakes race, and I saw this name Clement, and I said, oh, that's French. And so I looked them up. They have a website, and I sent them an email with my resume, and I said, I'm looking for a job to ride racehorses after I graduate college. If you have a place, would you be willing to give me an opportunity, give me a chance? And they were so wonderful, immediately reached back out to me, had me come out to Florida to do like a week trial while I was still in school, and then offered me a job when I graduated.
She's very knowledgeable, but she's willing to learn. She's open-minded, and I think that's a great attribute. From day one, she's been an exemplary employee. She works hard, she's dedicated, but I think she's a talented rider. She quickly developed to our main work rider here in Saratoga, and she's guided many good horses so far in the mornings, so it's just a question of whether or not she can do it in the afternoon.
What was the turning point for you when you said, you know, I not only want to exercise horses, I want to be a jockey?
I was in the process of pursuing my license in France when unfortunately COVID shut everything down. There's been some friends that I've had here and some other riders that have truly changed my life, and the Clements as well, with the mentorship and the encouragement that they've given me, the non-stop encouragement from the moment I said, hey, I would like to do this. It's been really special, and I'm very grateful.
There are several protocols that an apprentice rider has to go through just to get the opportunity to ride in the afternoon.
The exercise rider has to prove to us that they can stay on the horse and break from the gate. So they would need clearance from the outrider, the starting gate, and they're also going to need 3 reference letters, and they must have been galloping horses for at least 3 years to be eligible to apply for a jockey license.
So just to get the opportunity to compete in the afternoon takes an incredible amount of hard work.
I want to be as strong as I absolutely can. I run every other day, and then I go to the gym every other day, but also every day I do 100 push-ups. I'm getting to a 4-minute plank. I'm only at 3 right now. 4-minute wall sit, and just little things like that. But the end goal is to be really strong in that finishing drive, which is something especially that people tend to be really hard on girls for. I don't want people to say, oh wow, she's a strong rider for a girl. I want people to say, she's a strong rider. I try to use the people that have a lot of knowledge, such as yourself, other jockeys. Miguel has watched race replays with me and to just show me what is a good ride versus a bad ride, or what makes a win versus what makes a loss. I've learned how to read PPs I mean, I watch racing and I just try to talk to as many people and get as much information as possible because there's so many people that are so willing to offer information. I feel that I've been working hard and I feel really good about the work that I've put into it. So I'm just happy to be where I'm at.
Young rider trying to make a mark here on one of the toughest circuits there is in this sport, even with some of the big names out of town. Maddie Olver, some big mounts to come, including in our feature race, that 8th race later today on Bold Victory. 12-1 morning line coming out of a claiming race, but that horse, I believe, you take a deeper dive, has a very big chance in that race. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, champion rider, who is, you heard his voice in that piece, and you've done some tutoring with Maddie. What have you seen in the progress in her career?
Yeah, I actually started working with Maddie before she even rode her very first race, and she's continually improved. She has gotten continually stronger, something she continues to need to work on, but I really like the progression. She wound up spending the summer at Monmouth Park, honing her craft, and it's very difficult, but she has her bug till I think the end of January, because a rider has 1 year to the date of their 5th win. She rode her 5th winner on January 29th of 2023, so she's got the bug until this coming January 29th, and I've liked the progression. And one thing about it, she's serious about her craft. She continually trying to improve. That's the only way you get better. You can never, ever, as a rider, no matter what level you reach, think you've made it. The day you stop improving is the day you start sliding backwards.
Hard not to get better, too, going up against the likes of who she's going up against in this jockey colony. We're going to see more of Maddie coming up, including in this next race, which will kick off our late Pick 5, condition $14,000 claiming race. Fillies, mares 3 and up, and she will be on Justin Nyquist, outside post with the 8 for Oscar Barrera. And she's been on this 4-year-old filly the last 2 starts.
Yeah, very well drawn outside. Oscar Barrera, the 3rd, who trains this filly, has had a good year. And I just think she'll work out a good trip. You kind of see she's a big galloping kind of filly. She just keeps grinding. You know, this day she was brave enough to come up the inside, take the kick back. But I like the outside post, particularly for a horse with this kind of stride, Greg, because she's just going to be able to get a little better position, and she stays on. She's not going to give you a turn of foot. She's more of a grinder. I think very well placed from the outside going a mile here.
Right now, she's the 2nd choice on the board. Justin Nyquist, again, will have the outside post. Maddie Olver will be back aboard, this 2-time winner, as we get set for the late Pick 5. 8 minutes from a start, over $100,000 in that pool. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendahl.
And we'll take a look at 2 fillies coming by way of Finger Lakes here, and beginning with your current favorite. That's number 1, Vintage, as she will come off a bit of a layoff. She was listed as a vet scratch a couple of weeks ago, and looking at her here in the paddock, and while she is riding a 2-race win streak into this one, she does look incredibly fit. I wish there was a little bit more of her, to be fair, but I can't really fault her too much. She is one I want to observe in how she warms up, to see how she's moving and if she provides a little bit more energy out on the track than what she is here. Now, let's take a look at a horse who has been running quite regularly and making her 8th start of her career / this year, in a career that only began back in July, is number 5, Embraceable Gal. Now, consistently up at Finger Lakes, she was having issues at the gate, and I can see why. She's enormous, and big horses tend to get a little claustrophobic in the gate, so they act out about it. Now, she couldn't be behaving any better here in the paddock as she returns back to the barn of Mark Hennig, and really, I know it's not a beauty contest by any means. Sometimes with these lower level claimers, you can suss out the horse that looks best and is doing best, and it usually results in a good performance. And she, Greg, by far makes the best impression here in the paddock.
All right, we'll make note of that. 11-1 in a race that, wow, 6-5 on Vintage. We'll get back to in a moment. There's Maddie Olver. We just saw the feature on her. Apprentice rider who will be on board, the 8 here, Justin Nyquist. And if you've seen Maddie Olver, she always has that smile on her face, doesn't she?
It's such a bonus to have a rider that has such an upbeat attitude. Positivity really breeds success in this game, and horses feed on that kind of energy.
Riders up. So here's the favorite. So Vintage, 6-5 on a filly who just one race, really.
that makes her stand out from this group, and it's the last start, but it came at Finger Lakes. It was back in August. The other races don't make her stand out at all.
No, I agree with you, and I think there are some questions here. To me, maybe potentially red flags. We'll dig into that a little more as we get through the post-parade.
Has been as well your favorite, a 3-time vet scratch since that last start at Finger Lakes. 3 times since then. We'll see what happens coming up. So Andre Worry, the mount on the favorite for Jeffrey Englehart.
Has the fastest Beyer speed figure in this field, came in the last start, is, if you look at just her fast dirt races, 3 starts, 2 wins in a second.
Here is Axel Rose, well-named filly for Rob Atras.
Finished a couple lengths behind Justin Nyquist, keeps Manny Franco, and Rob Atras' horses always look good.
Synonymous, almost 30-1 for John Pregman Jr.
Yeah, you get Ruben Silvera for a filly that lags early. Maybe with Ruben, he gets her a little more involved.
Alice Cramden is going to stretch out and the blinkers come off.
Yeah, I've been taking that steady drop in class and just going to have to find form that she hasn't had in a while.
And Trevor McCarthy going to break off Embraceable Gal for a more aggressive warm-up, it looks like.
Yeah, and Maggie talked about how good this one looks, and I believe in that, particularly with lower-level horses.
Luna Loca went by at 9-1.
Yeah, I think just a filly that's also going to have to improve.
Swedish Sugar, 2-time winner at 20-1 for Lolita Shivmangal.
Get Romero Mirage has already had 2 wins on the day and contributed 2 really fine rides in both of those.
And there's Maddie Over, Justin Nyquist, who just left our screen. See if she can get the W on the current second choice on the board. So here's Trevor McCarthy on the filly, who's getting that more aggressive warm-up here, 14-1.
Yeah, and listen, you know, when we talk about appearance, what you're trying to do is match up a horse that you see some case you can make on paper, on form, and then go, wow, this horse really physically is doing well. And that gives you confidence to go. But you're trying to match it up together. And I do believe, like Maggie said, lower level horses tout themselves more. In good races, most of the horses look pretty good. In the lower level races, sometimes you see a horse and go, wow, this horse is going to outrun their odds. And then you just hope they have raced good enough to put them in the frame.
Pick 5 starts here, 130,000 plus and growing in the pool. 4 minutes to get in on that wager, and you can do so by getting signed up with Naira Bets. They offer that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members punch in that code, match 200 at sign-up at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. The nature of this condition, as we go back to Vintage, the favorite, it's basically non-winners of 3 life, unless you're a 3-year-old filly. And Vintage is a 3-year-old filly, so you can have as many wins as you like at that point. She's the only 3-time winner in this field, eligible because she is 3 years old.
Yes, and again, the fact that she has 3 tries on fast dirt racetracks, 2 wins and a second. This was a very game, resolute kind of victory here with Sean Bridgmohan aboard. But here's some of my issues. First of all, the 3 vet scratches. The fact that this horse never seems to keep a rider on a consistent basis. And sometimes riders just don't like the way horses move or they travel. And this horse won with Sean Bridgmohan. This horse won 2 back at Saratoga with Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis doesn't ride the race. Now, all due respect to Andre Worry, who put together another good year up at Finger Lakes, he winds up with the mount here. And sometimes trainers will employ a rider that we would deem a little bit hungrier on a lower level horse, or a horse that's not the greatest mover in the world. So I just think there's a lot of questions, and then particularly from post 1.
Yeah, well, it is that last race that probably makes her a deserving favorite. 6-5 seems a little short. We'll see if she can translate that Finger Lakes form here to South Ozone Park. This is coming up on Saturday. Mute Mile coverage from Caymanas Park in Jamaica. Andy Serling on site with Rajiv Mirage for the coverage. We're looking forward to it on Saturday.
Boy, Andy drew that plum assignment. Go down there, enjoy the sunshine, a little bit of those Caribbean breezes. Rajiv Mirage, who you know, is just like a local hero there, covering the races. I'm envious.
We had no idea the love in Jamaica for Andy Serling.
Well, listen,
it's pretty widespread.
From Jamaica Queens to Jamaica, Andy is beloved.
It's true. He's having a blast out there. So we're going to have that coverage on Saturday. Minute to post coming up in our late Pick 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, the one thing I can say is that at least the Jamaican fans that we have here at the Big A are some of the most enthusiastic, engaging, and really some of the kindest guys, although can be loud. You know, I like, Aqueduct. It allows them to hurl some fun-loving abuse at some of our participants. But as we take a look at some of the horses in this group, several do come out of the same race on November 4th, in which Angela's Party Girl was able to wire the field. We'll begin with Axel Rose, who kind of just chased and stayed on evenly throughout. And Rob Atras is a trainer who, as we often say, his horses look great. I mean, they're well turned out in their coats. She's not necessarily one of them, but that's also kind of her. She just doesn't ever make the greatest impression, but she did get a nice warm-up out in the track. She was a little obstreperous to get the tack on today, which I haven't necessarily seen from her in previous efforts. Now, Justin Nyquist, kind of the same thing. Doesn't ever look that good, but still shows up with a consistent effort. And she, too, kind of was in a more uncomfortable spot while chasing and stayed on quite evenly, well beaten 7.5 lengths that day. She's fine. I can't really warm up to her, but I get her, and I think she's a viable alternative to number 1 in here, that is Vintage, who was just okay. Still, the energy didn't progress. Interesting long shot is number 4, Alice Cramden. Takes the blinkers off finally. A lot more awake today, where she's been just dull and lackluster in her demeanor and looks very healthy as well for trainer Chris Engelhart. I know it's tough to endorse a horse who is coming off of an eased effort, though, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see if able to overcome that. Post time coming up, this late pick 5. There's a big scratch, in that 8th race. McCallan comes out of that race. Even Paddington had some of the best figures in that race. Comes out. It's just not all just leading contender for Chad Brown in that group.
No, I agree with you. Leading contender does have some really nice races around 2 turns. Now gets a 1 3/16, so a long run to that first turn on an inside post.
Pick 5, though, begins here. That includes the late pick 4 as well. Difficult sequence, if you believe that horse is beatable in the 8th. In the next race, too, Iridescent going to take plenty of money for Brad Cox. But coming off a 4th place, beat almost 10-length effort, as we see Trevor McCarthy hopping off Embraceable Gal the 5 momentarily.
And this is not out of character for Embraceable Gal. If you look through her trouble lines, right? Fractious Gate, broke 2 lengths slow, Fractious Gate. Maggie talked about her size, and sometimes big horses just don't feel as comfortable in that confined space.
We'll send it upstairs. The favorite, 8-5, coming off that win at Finger Lakes Vintage from the inside post. Here's Chris Griffin for the call.
Still working with the 5 here, Embraceable Gal. Trevor McCarthy in the next stall there. Luna Loca's in, Swedish Sugar as well. Does look like they will back the 5 out now.
So they back Embraceable Gal out. We have a slight delay here, and you see Trevor McCarthy there in the foreground. And it looks like he was confused on what he should be doing.
Yeah, he was looking to the starter for instructions. You don't want a horse not to carry their full weight for an extended period of time. It's a disadvantage to the other horses. They may load her last now because she has that propensity to act up, but she needs to carry her weight.
All right, so Trevor, as you can see, back aboard, and they will load this one back up. Let's go back to Chris Griffin.
Embraceable Gal moves forward. All set. And they're off. Very awkward start there for Synonymous, who's the early trailer. Swedish Sugar has got early speed. It's Swedish Sugar right out to the front with Vintage, who's at the rail, and now Vintage is the leader. It's Vintage in front, is up by a half length. Swedish Sugar is going to track in second as they come out of the chute. Justin Nyquist out in the center of the racetrack is in third. Right in behind this battling duo now, and at the rail, that's Excel Rose is in a group of three with Alice Cramden in between horses. Luna Loca is in that mix as well. Up on the far outside, Embraceable Gal is well out in the center of the racetrack, starts to move forward, and the trailer is synonymous. 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. At 8-5, it's Vintage in front. The big long shot, Sweet as Sugar, is right there from second and watching the action. Here comes Justin Nyquist, and Justin Nyquist is now within 3 of the leaders as they've got 4 furlongs left to travel. Here comes Embraceable Gal, is still out in the center of the racetrack, but starts to move forward. Then in behind that, that's Luna Loca. Losing ground at the rail, that's Excel Rose. Alice Cramden and the Triller, synonymous, 45.57. Vintage is still in front, is trying to dispatch of Swedish Sugar. Justin Nyquist is now bounding up alongside. 3 wide, Embraceable Gal is quartering wide. So is Justin Nyquist. They're well out in the center of the racetrack, and Vintage is still there. It's Vintage in front. Justin Nyquist now straightens up, and Justin Nyquist has taken the lead. It's Justin Nyquist and Matty Over. They're up by 3. 4 widening lengths here with a furlong left to go. Embraceable Gal on the grandstand side looks to run up into the exacta, then Swedish Sugar. Vintage dropping back, but it's all Justin Nyquist from just off the pace. Justin Nyquist is your winner. Justin Nyquist gets the win. Embraceable Gal, then Swedish Sugar. Got tight there. Vintage trying to hold off at oncoming. Synonymous in 1 minute 37-4.
Matty Over collects another win. The Apprentice with an easy victory here. This one much the best against this group.
It's had a beautiful trip, too. She's laying just off a two-prong pace duel. Your favorite Vintage from the rail had to set very fast fractions under pressure from Swedish Sugar. 45 and change for this level of horse going a mile is just way too fast. Justin Nyquist draws off as much the best. Good training job by Oscar Barrera, and Matty Olvers contributed a perfect ride. And if you just tuned in, we gave you the America's Day at the Races exacta. I gave you the easy part with a 2-to-1 shot winning, but Maggie came up with the tough part with Embraceable Gal at 10-to-1, rounding out your exacta.
Yeah, filly that did not want to load, but she did want to run when she got onto the track here. 8-5-7 photo for fourth, 10-to-1, 34-to-1 underneath for this trifecta. But it was a long, long way back, as you can see, to second here.
Yeah, I mean, she drew off. She sat that perfect trip. As a rider, when you see two horses kind of chewing on each other, they're going faster than they should be for this level of horse, you go, okay, I'm good. I'm just going to let her keep galloping here. And, boy, she just drew off as much the best. And looks pretty happy with herself coming back, too, doesn't she, Greg?
They often do. They tout themselves when they cross that wire first. Wish they did it more beforehand. 2-to-1 second choice with the win. Photo for fourth. We'll have that for you when we return, but it's a 2-to-1 second choice on the board with the victory. Apprentice Matty Over for Oscar Barrera to kick off this late pick 5.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
I just happened to be up on the third floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33, 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Sound was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. Want to remind everyone you can take home your share of $2,500 today. Hit the late pick 4 at Aqueduct, which is coming up next, for a share of $2,500. Bonus available to new and existing players. You do have to opt in at NyraBets.com. We'll set the stage for that pick 4 in a moment, but starting off the pick 5, that young lady right there, the apprentice, Maddie Ulver on Just a Nyquist, 4-year-old filly for Oscar Barrera. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And per usual, the feature angle pays off here as we got to learn a little bit about Maddie before this race actually happened. We'll spend a little time with her live now. Maddie, Just a Nyquist, 3rd time in a row that you've ridden her, results in the win. I felt last time just kind of in an uncomfortable spot just for her, and today, wow, she sat the perfect trip.
She did. I mean, I love the outside draw for her because she's just so big that, you know, if I get myself in any little bit of a tricky spot, and I have to take away a little bit of that momentum, it can be hard for her to get it back. So just, you know, giving her the opportunity to just grind them to death was really the ticket, I think.
Yeah, that's truly how she wants to run. And I don't know if you'll probably be grinding away a little bit later in our featured mile and 3/16 race, aboard of Bold Victory, a horse you've won on before. This time for Rick Dutrow, and a guy that coming back after a 10-year suspension has had a fantastic year. Talk a little bit about getting back on this horse and getting into the Dutrow barn.
I'm really grateful to the owners, Sandy Goldfarb and Mr. Dutrow, and the whole team for giving me the opportunity to win on him, and then also giving me the opportunity to take a step up with him today. And we're gonna, you know, try our very best, but I'm very grateful. And I mean, I guess that kind of sums it up. I'm just really grateful, and I'm excited to do that today.
Absolutely. And you were just telling me while we were in the break that you got to surprise your mom going back home to Colorado, something you haven't been able to do since this riding adventure has begun.
Yeah, it's been a while. So I decided Sunday morning that I really wanted to ride that horse for Mr. Ryan, because I loved how the horse looked in the spot. And so I rode that one. We got the win, and then I flew home and showed up at her door at like 9:30 to both my parents, and they were so excited.
That's amazing. Well, I'm sure you had a wonderful Thanksgiving, and congrats here with the winner, fresh back riding here at the Big A.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you as always. I appreciate it.
Maddie Ulver, always a pleasure to catch up with her, Greg. And booting in winners, I'm sure we'll hear a lot more from her throughout the winter.
Well, maybe later today as well. And that one, she's teaming up with the Dutrow barn on Bold Victory. Again, that's in our feature in the 8th race. Just a Nyquist, slight upset with a second choice to kick off this late pick 5. And the third career win for this 4-year-old filly. $6.10 for the victory concludes the early pick 5. As we take a look at this pick 6 carryover for today, over $46,000. The carryover pool, formful 2 legs in with a long way to go.
Yeah, but good way to start off the day. 2 very logical kind of horses.
Up next, our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. 6.5 furlongs for 2-year-olds in the starter optional claiming race in Iridescent. We touched on briefly earlier for Brad Cox. One first time out, that was at Ellis in a straight maiden race. Several others in this field, they won against a lot easier competition to break their maiden.
Yeah, no doubt. And then this horse tried turf and then hit a sloppy track. So gets back to a fast dirt track and should be forward, should be well placed from the start.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have more on this 6 that kicks off that late pick 4. Don't forget the hit and split. Opt in for that promotion. Mage, Kentucky Derby winner. News on him. His racing career has come to a conclusion. Can his little brother pick up where he left off? Dornoch back in action on the Derby Trail this weekend. We'll have that story next.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our Sacred Spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage from the Big A, South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the late pick 4. Coming up next here on this Thursday card. Coming up this weekend, Cigar Mile Saturday and 2 big ones on the road to the Oaks in the Kentucky Derby. Dornoch, full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage. We will see in action for trainer Danny Gargan. He had talked about how loaded he was with a 2-year-old this summer at Saratoga, and this may eventually wind up being his best 2-year-old. We'll see.
Well, he certainly has a lot to live up to with his big brother Mage, a Kentucky Derby winner already, but this was a very impressive effort breaking his maiden. He went right to the lead at Keeneland. Still a bit green, Greg. He's lugging in a little bit on the wrong lead, leading with that left foreleg. You saw Luis Saez try to shift his weight and get him over to that right or proper lead. And he kept widening despite the fact that he never did change leads. So you got to feel like he's still a work in progress.
Luis Saez will be in town to ride for the Gargan Barn, and obviously a big jump forward for that horse in his 3rd career start. Meanwhile, where's Chris? Bill Lau, they'll renew acquaintances after that 1st and 3rd finish in the Nashua that went to Where's Chris.
This was a big step forward for Where's Chris. He attended the pace, wasn't a particularly fast pace, but they finished well. Last quarter in 24-3, and he just was relentless. He just kept coming at him. Bucamdano's a real nice horse. Still has to be seen how far Bucamdano, the runner-up, really wants to go. But Where's Chris was resolute, and this was a big step forward, and he's one of only 2 stakes winners in this field, the other being Copper Tax just to his outside, who has won stakes at Delaware Park. He's already won a stake here at Aqueduct.
A little bit easier than that 3/4 length margin on paper.
You know, I don't know if it was easier than it because Bucamdano was very game, and I don't want to discount his effort. But you could see late, Isaac Castillo just kind of shaking the reins at him, put his crop away. And I love this horse's demeanor. You could see how serious he is. For a young horse, he's got a lot of focus.
Where's Chris? For Rick Dutrow. Twirling Candy, 2-year-old Isaac Castillo will be back aboard. He won first time out, sprinting 6 furlongs, 3rd in a stakes race, beat by Bucamdano, and then stretching out, completely turned the tables.
Yeah, Bucamdano in the futurity was very good, kind of ran everybody off their feet. Stretched out to the mile, tried very hard, but Where's Chris was just always in the right spot to take advantage.
So there's the man who trains Where's Chris. Rick Dutrow with contender in this one from the outside, Guanar, who is coming off a maiden 40 claiming victory on a wet track. Belmont and Aqueduct meet, sloppy seal track. That's what's coming up on Saturday. So that Remsen we were previewing on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Demoiselle on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. And of course the main event, the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, is going to close out that card with $500,000, and a full field is going to line up for this year's edition. 12 expected to go postward in this race, including Eversell Mischief, Cascais, a couple of sons of Into Mischief, and Cascais, interesting that Chad Brown chose this spot for him, with a couple others he'll have in this race as well, as the horse is coming off a defeat in an entry-level allowance, even though he took a big move forward. Looking forward to that card on Saturday. We hope you join us. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the two main players in here, beginning with number 4, Iridescent, who brings a show on the road to New York for Brad Cox after exiting a pretty live field where we saw Honor Marie come back and win the Kentucky Jockey Club with a 92 buyer, as well as Just Steele in that same card, winning the sprint stake for the legend Dwayne Lucas, posting a 90 buyer speed figure. Now he was pressed by, or he pressed the winner slash leader the entire way and just tired in the latter stages of that 7 furlong contest over a sloppy racetrack. So he gets back half a furlong, but gets back to a fast track here. He looks well turned out, great energy for a horse that projects to be forward too, has really kind of framed himself up, and as Richie and I often talk about, kind of grew a hand, proverbially speaking, once they got the tack on, like he's ready for his job. Now he's still a horse that presents himself too, though, as one that has some developing to do. He's still not backward by any means, but slightly immature. So there's still some room for improvement. Will we get it here, I think, is a big question. As we'll move on to the outside, with number 7, Guanare, came here to New York, broke his maiden in a maiden 40. Now, he's not keeping, or he didn't keep the same company as Iridescent did last time, but purely from physical perspectives, I actually prefer Guanare here, as he is a bigger, more mature looking type, nicely developed, really well balanced, just screams athlete to me, and is incredibly well turned out for his only 3rd start of his career. I mean, a coat that's so rich and hydrated, it's so glossy, you can almost see yourself in it. So he's making a really nice impression on me, and I feel like that step forward that he'll need to produce here today is in there, and he's up for the challenge, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We'll see how this Dutrow runner fares, coming off that maiden claiming victory. And there's who will ride in the green and white. Junior Alvarado having a breakthrough year. What a year it's been for him.
Yeah, his relationship with Bill Mott has really given him the opportunity to showcase his abilities and take it to the next level. When you ride those grade 1 kind of horses on the biggest stage for a Hall of Fame horseman, it allows other horsemen to know, man, this guy has confidence in him. He is ready for prime time.
Of course, this big one over the last couple of years, Cody's Wish, been put him really in the spotlight and had him deal with pressure he's probably never had to deal with before.
And that's a big thing. You know, when a rider shows that he can handle the kind of pressure that comes with riding high-profile horses in high-profile situations. And I don't think there was any more high-profile situations than with a horse that really created a fan base, an incredible story with Cody Dorman and the relationship with Cody's Wish.
Here is our 7-5 favorite. So Brad Cox trains this 2-year-old son of City Light, Iridescent. We mentioned the debut win. It was this race at Ellis Park at 6 furlongs. It was a straight maiden race and was a tepid favorite, able to beat a 12-horse field on debut.
Yeah, and was always in position, broke very sharp, was drawn 12 of 12 that day, sometimes last one in, first one out, excuse me. And he never looked like he was going to lose. He was always in position to win the race, and he got it done, and this was in a maiden allowance race. Okay, it was at Ellis Park. You've seen some very good horses break their maiden at Ellis Park, including Run Happy, the sire of the 7, Guanair, who I like as well.
So Iridescent coming out of a tougher spot as well. Here comes our post parade. Here's Toporical, comes in from Delaware, and a new barn.
Yeah, new barn and get Romero Mirage, who if he's not winning, horses are outrunning their odds for him.
Two's a crowd. Arad Ortiz Jr. showing up for Derek Ryan.
Broke his maiden for 30, then tried Stakes Company against New York bred, stretching to a mile, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Here's the favorite we just touched on for Brad Cox, Iridescent.
I think just there's some questions here. This horse obviously has the ability to win, but why did they go right to the turf after a win on the dirt?
9-1. This is Running Lucky. Moves to the barn of Chad Summers.
Horse just steadily has improved every start to his best effort last time for maiden third.
Huge jump up last start in that win. Awesome for sure. Big long shot with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, it has to run faster as far as buyer figures, but his last race was much better than it looks on paper.
And the son of Run Happy you were talking about for the Dutrow barn on the outside at 9-5 now.
Took a big step from the first start to the second. Was it the sloppy track? I don't believe so. I think this horse just is going to be well placed from the outside, and I think the main danger.
So 4 minutes away from the late pick 4. Don't forget that hit and split feature. Opt in at NyraBets.com as we take a look at Two's a Crowd for Derek Ryan and Arad Ortiz Jr. on board here. Coming out of that Sleepy Hollow, sneakily, that was a very good horse who beat him, El Grande O, in that race. And he got a decent number, which matches the best number Iridescent's ever received, thoroughgraph-wise anyway, in that start in which he was 6th in that 9-horse field.
Yeah, and listen, El Grande O is a very nice horse, bred by Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, but Two's a Crowd is certainly a contender here. And you're getting Irad Ortiz Jr., who his to me, an absolute cinch to win the Eclipse Award for Champion Rider again.
Seems that way.
I don't see anybody else able to supplant him after the Breeders' Cup he had. And maybe there was some question going into it. You know, if you set aside the amount of money the purses earned by his horses. But after that Breeders' Cup, I just think there's no doubt.
Just relentless.
And he rides.
He never takes his foot off the pedal, does he?
He does not. And, you know, there's times I've been critical of him about some of his tactics riding. It does not diminish how talented a rider I think he is. And the thing I admire most about Irad is his desire. It doesn't matter if it's a 10-claimer or the Breeders' Cup Classic. He is going to ride as hard as he possibly can.
It's Mamba-like. He's got that Kobe Bryant desire to win no matter what the race. And what do you think of the looks here of his mount, Two's a Crowd?
Looks like he framed up nicely, like the way he's jogging back up into the chute. So what you'll do if you warm up for the 6.5, it breaks right at the cusp of the chute where the turn kind of meets the main track. And he's just taking him back up in the mile chute, letting him jog, getting a long jog. He's framed up nicely, but I don't think he's moving as free as some of the other horses.
He's the son of Preakness winner Cloud Computing. Coming off that defeat in the Sleepy Hollow. Let's go back to Maggie for more.
Yeah, and he's also turning back in distance, where I thought that the added ground last time out in that Sleepy Hollow would be to his liking. Maybe it was a wet track, too, that he didn't necessarily prefer. Now, I think he's fine enough out on the racetrack. If anything, he looks better out on the track than what he did in the paddock. Like I said back in the paddock report, there's two standouts physically, and that's a 4 and 7. They just look in a different class and realm than the rest of the competition here, which look as though it's winter time, and Two's a Crowd. Not that New York breds can't jump up and beat Open Company. He just looks as though he's not of the same class. So we'll see what he does here. I respect him. And I respect Irad Ortiz getting aboard him, but I just think that the 4 and 7 are going to be a lot to handle here, Greg.
All right, thanks, Maggie. Minute away from the start of this late pick 4 coming up. So Iridescent has held steady as the favorite throughout, but this Dutrow runner to the outside is taking plenty of support.
And I think rightfully so. I mean, his last race was a big step forward. He's going to be well placed from the outside. My questions with Iridescent, and maybe I'm looking for, questions, right? He breaks his maiden nicely, first time out on the dirt, and then immediately tries turf. The dam only tried turf, but she was 0 for 4 in turf, John Sheriff's trainee, Resolute. Then he comes back to, main track, and he runs well in the slop. But can you make a case that race was any better than Guarner's win last time, although Guarner's win came against easier competition?
Yeah, gotta prove that he can run that kind of race too on a fast track. We'll see.
I guess they both have that question, though, right?
I mean, look, there's questions for everybody in
Yeah.
here, isn't there? Here's the
Sure.
5 again. Running Lucky. Another Run Happy for Chad Summers. And this one really took a massive step up last time out. Was able to do it forward on the front end, going gate to wire. Is he going to be able to get that kind of trip today?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. It was a pretty moderate pace last time, but he did finish well last 8th in 12-2. What I find interesting, and I think this is something to look at when you look at young horses, his first start in the slop, he had trouble at the start, bump steadied, and he's beaten 20 lengths, and he gets a -0 buyer figure. Then he comes back with a 13, an 18, a 39, and now a 63. Is there another jump up in those buyer figures for him?
We'll find out, won't we? I mean, it was a soft group, but he did improve significantly, but he did it on the front end, and it looks like several others may give him some pressure in this spot. 7-1 on Running Lucky. There's your favorite, though, Iridescent. And even though he wasn't on the lead in either of the last couple of starts, he might be quick enough to outfoot this group. He's just faced better company. We'll see if that's the case with Manny Franco as we see a rider off Running Lucky. And he'll hop right back aboard here.
Well, look, he just kind of ducked his head and went down, and he just slid over the top of the saddle there.
So right back aboard. Matty Martin. As we send it upstairs, start of this late pick 4. Here's Chris Griffin.
Guanare. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Iridescent breaks well, and so does Running Lucky. These two are quickest. Guanare is going to settle just off of them, wants to join them, is 3 wide as they move up the backstretch. In behind them, that's Tuza Crowd, who's in behind that trio. Second to last is Awesome for Sure with the trailer, patiently ridden. Teporical. It's a pace duel on the front end, and to the inside it's Iridescent at even money, and Running Lucky goes right after the favorite. They're head and head as they approach. 4 furlongs left to travel. Guanare broke with those leaders, is now taken back as a length and a half off of them, is in third. And to the inside of that one, here comes Tuza Crowd. Tuza Crowd starts to move forward, is at the rail, will need some room. And a tight hold here on Awesome for Sure, who is progressing. Wants to get out just a touch here, second to last with the trailer. Teporical. 22.42, and Iridescent is trying to dispatch of Running Lucky, but here comes Guanare, and Guanare is ready to challenge and contends with the favorite, and Guanare has put a nose in front. Iridescent is trying to come right back here towards the inside, but Guanare's had the trip, and Guanare kicks for home. It's Guanare who's now widening this margin, approaching an 8th pole. It is Guanare. Iridescent continues to battle on. It's 5 lengths back to an oncoming Tuza Crowd, but Guanare is just striding away here in the late stages, approaching the 16th pole. Took off of that early tempo, and now Guanare and Junior Alvarado, they'll get the job done at 9-5. Iridescent will hold second. Then came Tuza Crowd and Teporical in 1 minute 16.39 seconds.
Dutro Barn with a Son of Run Happy and handled the fast surface just fine. Back-to-back wins now for this 2-year-old.
And set very similar trip to the winner of the last race, Justin Nyquist, just settled third out in the clear off of 2 horses battling, and he just was much the best. He looked like a winner every single step of the way. Your runner-up, your favorite, Iridescent, ran well, just had no response or no answer for the run of Guanare, with Junior Alvarado contributing another heads-up ride. Rick Dutro continues to have an outstanding Aqueduct meeting here, winning it better than 30% now.
9-5 second choice. Guanare, Son of Run Happy with the victory, 7-4, 3-1. And even though we've not seen big prices here, even money favorite defeated. We had a favorite defeated in the last race, even though it was the second choice that wins. Keep beating favorites in the pick 5. It's going to help.
Absolutely. And, Maggie talked about the 2 horses that looked the best physically, and they were the 2 horses that made the most sense on paper, but it certainly was a very formful result in inverted order here.
So Guanare, I know Rick Dutrow came back. He was 10 years gone from this game, and it was a cool moment on the show. We had him interviewed after he won with his very first horseback, which had to be, I mean, how long was he waiting for that moment? And then it all sort of changed, and it seemed like, I know he says he doesn't feel like he's back. He's not going to feel like he's back until he has barns like Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, but that Whitney win, following it up with the Classic, seems like he's back.
Yeah, I think he was back from day one. And, think about 10 years away from the game for a racetrack or somebody born, bred, and raised on the racetrack is an eternity.
7-4-3-1 Guanare here in the 6th to start the late pick 4 is the 9-5 second choice. We'll have the prices set up the 7th when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, to the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Thoroughbred Racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Mild upset in today's Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day as Guanare trumps him here in today's 6th race. And please be joined by his trainer, Rick Dutrow. And Rick, you were just telling me that a horse that you were a little bit hesitant to run, but really showed up with a big performance today.
Yeah, he'd been coughing. There's a lot of our horses that are coughing in the barn, and he just got through it the right way. We hadn't breezed him for like 10 days. I was a little bit nervous, but just like we did with White and Barrio, we breezed him this morning, and he really looked good, and that kind of gained my confidence. He didn't do any coughing afterwards, so it's a good test for him, too, because if he did cough after that, I'm sure we would have scratched him.
Now, when you say breeze this morning, is that more of just a blowout down the lane or an actual time?
No, exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. It was good for him because he hasn't done anything for a while. Plus, since he did that, it's supposed to bring up a cough or two if there's something bugging him.
Exactly.
So we kind of passed all tests there. It was good. It was fun.
I would definitely be coughing if I did that this morning. But let's talk about this Saturday. You'll send out Where's Chris coming off the win in the Nashua in this Remsen. Rick, a horse that each time he's led over, he seems to get better and better. Talk a little bit about the 1.125 distance for him, though.
Well, he's going to have to talk about it because he's been a pleasant surprise for us. I mean, the day that he won last time, we were actually in Disneyland, and I was just watching it, and I just could not believe what I said, man, I truly am at Disneyland.
So wait, you really went to Disneyland after the Breeders' Cup?
I did, and I watched him, which meant that I really was there, because who would know something like that, man? He's going to win that race. It's just crazy.
Well, it was quite a run that weekend for you. I'm glad you got to go to Disneyland. Yeah. The run continues here. Best of luck Saturday, and congrats here.
Thanks, babe.
All right. Rick Duttrell's waiting for it. I went the whole interview without a babe. Craig?
We're all babes in Dutro's world. I want to know his favorite ride, by the way, at Disneyland. You got to see if you can follow up on that. Unexpected, I guess, that he got that win. Didn't know it was that unexpected, but apparently. In our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Dutro maybe with another very good, young, talented horse. Going all right.
Yes, son at Run Happy. I misspoke earlier. Run Happy actually broke his maiden at Turfway Park, not Ellis Park, but a lot of good horses have broken their maiden at Ellis Park. And, you know, for people that don't know, years ago, almost every horse that raced would blow out or have a short, sharp work the day before. A quarter of a mile or 3/8 of a mile was standard. And there have been horsemen over the years that have blown horses out, that quick, sharp work through the stretch, 1/8 of a mile, 3/16 of a mile, pull them up fairly quickly the morning of. In fact, Rick Dutcher did that with Big Brown before the Kentucky Derby. Alan Jerkins used to do it quite a bit. In this day and age, it feels like more trainers have gotten away from that, but that was a real old school kind of move.
So all the Pick Six follow along pretty formful to this point at the halfway mark. Up next, this could be where we open things up. $10,000 claiming race, 6.5 furlong sprint coming up, and a big drop for Big Engine. Is that going to be the difference for him?
Well, you know, listen, sometimes just dropping class gives horses a little bit of confidence. They get in there and they don't have to work as hard for position, and they get in a better rhythm. They breathe better, and things just come easier to them. You know, you get a professional athlete that's struggling in the pros, and he goes, let's say, to play, you know, pick up basketball in the schoolyard. Even though there might be some good players there, it's a different level.
No question. We're going to get to the 7th when we come back. Beautiful look right there of Dunn's River Falls there in the background. That's one of the crown jewels and national treasures of Jamaica. One of the most beautiful spots on the island. Wait, do I see Andy?
Is that Andy there climbing up on the rocks?
Could be. He's a thrill seeker. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. He's having a blast there. If you get a chance, go to his Twitter account. Check out the pics he's posting. He's having a lot of fun.
I know, it looks
as
like
he should be.
It looks like they're having a blast, and absolutely, we're very happy for Bobby, Eldon, Andy, our crew that went with him.
We're not happy. We're jealous.
Well, I'm not jealous. Envious. There's a difference. But how do we put our name in the hat for next year if we're going to cover this again?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No, it was like...
yeah, it closed.
It closed already?
Yeah.
All right, so maybe 2 years from now, you guys might see me down there.
That one closed as well. Yeah, everyone's trying to get into these trips. Andy got the first one. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 7th when we return on our FS2 coverage here on this Thursday card from South Ozone Park, New York. We got a rematch coming up at the Cigar Mile. Ever so mischievous. He has been very, very good for Brad Cox. He beat Dr. Ardito, Accretive. Can they turn the tables on him Saturday?
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap.
130-40, 130-40. Roger, 140,000.
120, 120, map PC, 120,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Charging Maria in the clear on the outside, and she's coming hard too. Got Lucky gets through on the rail. Stop Charging Maria on the outside. Stop Charging Maria. Penwith between horses. Got Lucky at the rail, at the wire. Stop Charging Maria was a valiant winner here. And Honor Code is making a final move after that lead. Cairo Prince short lead. Honor Code fighting him all the way. Cairo Prince and Honor Code. Honor Code fighting hard all as they come down to the finish. And it is... Oh, that was close. Did Honor Code come back? Or did Cairo Prince hold on? It'll take a photo to figure it out. And here comes the formidable Flat Out on the far outside. Private Zone trying to gut it out for another eighth of a mile as Flat Out continues to bear down. Here comes Flat Out, hose full out, and on by to take the lead as they come to the wire. Flat Out to win the Cigar Mile.
That was on this day back in 2013, and Flat Out becoming the oldest Cigar Mile winner in history as a 7-year-old. Junior Alvarado on board for the Bill Mott runner. He's coming off that head-scratching 8th place performance in the Classic because he was so good at 1.25 miles, but Mott believed he was equally effective at 1 mile, and he proved it that day.
It feels to me, too, like Flat Out was the horse that really kind of opened the door to Bill Mott's barn for Junior Alvarado, a very high-profile horse that had been trained early in his career by Scooter Dickey, had great success, went to the Bill Mott barn, and Junior picked up this mount. And it really feels like this is the horse that kind of started that relationship.
Well, this year's edition of the Cigar Mile, of course, coming up on Saturday. We talked about it going to break, rematch between your winner of the 49er, Ever So Mischievous, and the second and third place finishers, the stablemates for Chad Brown, Dr. Ardito, and Accretive, and you can throw in Cascais as well. Is going to meet these horses for the first time. Let's go back to the 49er. Ever So Mischievous, third win in a row in this graded stake for Brad Cox.
And he got a very patient kind of ride from Christian Torres, who was on the pace but saved horse. You can see he's setting him down gradually. He got to his right lead, and now here he comes. Here comes the pressure from the outside Chad Brown runner, Accretive. And now he sets him fully down inside the 8th pole, and he keeps on finding. Now, Dr. Ardito is making the last run on the outside, finishing resolutely. But it felt like Ever So Mischievous, if he could see the competition, wasn't going to allow them to get by.
He's stubborn once he gets to the front. 4 for 6. Not that far off from having a perfect record.
No, I mean, he's beaten ahead in his 2 losses, so he's a horse that, you know, has shown a tenacity, a gameness. He doesn't mind a fight, and he was always going to hold off Accretive. Maybe if he hadn't seen Dr. Ardito when he got there, he might have been able to kind of nip him, but he looks like a horse that likes a battle.
Christian Torres coming into New York. Rarity getting a victory, good for him. So there he is. He'll be the one to beat on Saturday in the Cigar Mile with exceptional form coming in. But look, Dr. Ardito, even Accretive, I think, can run a much better race. They're not that far off.
No, they're not. And listen, very competitive. I love the stall shot. You know, we talk about, you hear talk about horses and the look of eagles. That's not the look of eagles. They get their faraway look, and they just kind of checking out something that you can't see. But their focus is so intent. I love that stall shot.
How about post 2, Ever So Mischievous, and Saturday's Cigar Mile. Looking forward to coverage coming up on Saturday afternoon. We hope you join us for it. Don't forget, this part of our coverage as well, on-site coverage from Jamaica, Caymanas Park, and the Mute Mile, where the $150,000, Andy Serling, Brigitte Mirage will be live on site.
It's awesome. And listen, you know, Rajiv hailing from Jamaica is absolutely a great addition to this show. And I know how much the Jamaican people love racing. They're so enthusiastic. I can't imagine how great it is to be there and the excitement level.
We look forward to it. We'll see you on Saturday for that. Right now it's the 7th coming up next on our Thursday coverage. 6.5 furlong sprint, $10,000 claiming race, and this is the 9-5 favorite, Big Engine, 8-year-old. He has been around and danced a lot of dances for a while. 11-time winner, over $600,000 in earnings, and now getting a necessary drop in class.
Yeah, listen, he is 8. Father Time is undefeated. We all lose a step as athletes as we get older. You know, this is a very appropriate spot, and he's very well drawn.
Back with us for a paddock report, Acacia Clement.
And Greg, the Mike Maker trainee to the outside definitely is one to beat in Big Engine, but we'll take a look at a couple of other horses, starting off with a new claim in the 2 Pit Boss, who goes to Wayne Potts and does cut back in distance, which I actually kind of like for him. He's not a typical Union Rags, which sometimes they just carry a lot of condition and are hard to really kind of get fit, whereas he always really seems to be well muscled and well tucked up. But he's very relaxed here in the paddock, as he often is. His coat looks fine, especially for this time of year. And like I said, he's a little bit more shorter couple, though he has a little bit of a longer leg to him, but a little bit more compact in his short back. And so I'm a little bit intrigued by the cutback in distance for him, and we'll see if he can go back to some of the better races that he did have a little while ago, though it's been a long time since he sprinted. The number 8, Salto de Tigre, is also a new claim as he goes out for the Jimmy Ferraro barn. And I wonder, claiming away from David Jacobson, as a horse that just didn't show necessarily that winning drive. It was a horse that had run against tougher competition, both on the NYRA circuit and out of town, and definitely likes to hit the board with 5 wins in 9 seconds, 4 thirds. But he also cuts back in distance, and even with the Jacobson barn, that tried him at a multitude of different distances, all the way from 5.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. And so I think that his previous trainer just had a lot of trouble kind of figuring him out. And I wonder, as he also cuts back in distance, if this just might be a better spot for him as well. He too is built a little bit more like a sprinting type, though he's by Keen Ice. He's a little bit more compact in his build. He's pretty quiet here in the paddock. I'm not familiar with him. It's my first time actually laying eyes on him, but I thought that this could potentially be a good spot for him, and maybe he won't necessarily be run off his feet, as he was actually the favorite last time when dropping in for a lower level. Now we go to the number 6, Brazilian Air. He is a wild card in here. He actually has some pedigree to be effective on the main track, as he's out of a dam who was, flash forward, a dirt router, was the stakes winner and graded stakes place type of horse, and by Candy Ride, he had 2 races on the main track, his first 2 races of his career. He was beaten by 21.5 lengths and 18.25 lengths, but those were against maiden special weight types and going long, and that was, again, at the very beginning of his career. I really don't mind him switching to the main track. He has been clipped short, kind of clipping that longer coat to him, but he's incredibly healthy, looks very fit, has handled himself well, and could be an intriguing prospect in this spot, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. We'll get set for our post parade here in a moment as we get a look at winning drive for the Cantor Machi Barn. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus by playing with NYRA Bets. Code to punch in for new members at sign up. Match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime on the app or at nyrabets.com. So we get set for the 7th. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post 8 to 5 on the outside runner, Big Engine. There's some others, though, that certainly can make an impact in this spot. And we'll get to them in a minute. We'll start with winning drive, though. To kick off the post parade, Ruben Silvera riding for the Cantor Machis.
He has been running steadily at this level and just feels like he has to improve, especially from the inside.
Pit Boss, I know, has done better work running longer, but his sprint figures match up with what he's done in his mile races.
Yeah, turns back after showing speed going longer. Maybe that'll intensify his late kick.
Dates Freedom, big price, 22 to 1.
Another one just feels like he's going to have to improve. He has races going back to July, but those are Finger Lakes that were good enough.
Click It, Tad. He's had really all of his success on grass.
Yeah, and it's just this time of year, no more turf racing, trying to take a shot. I don't see it.
This one was 7-2 morning line. I'm surprised even 6-1. 2 starts on dirt does not seem he can run on it.
Yeah, but they were his first 2 starts. They were both going a mile, and they weren't terrible.
Agree to disagree. Co-conspirator at 11:01.
Yeah, running well at Finger Lakes, and we haven't seen that Finger Lakes form really uphold here at Aqueduct.
Salto de Tigre for Jimmy Ferraro off the claim.
Kind of interesting, but I agree with Acacia's assessment. This horse has 5 wins, 9 seconds, not exactly that winning profile.
An 8 to 5 favorite. Wow, Big Engine taking all the money here. He's used to be a very, very good horse and getting the easiest he's ever had in his career.
Well, that class relief, maybe that's the ticket here. I mean, he's certainly a horse that has the winning profile with 11 wins.
And it's not that far off he did this. I mean, this was a 92 buyer runner-up finish against Defusky Island, who's very talented.
Yeah, very talented. Listen, look at the company lines he's kept, right? Mariachi, two-back, Air Show, who's a nice, consistent, hard-knocking.
Mr. Phil.
Any kind of could miss. Yeah, I mean, this horse has faced real horses, and this is, without a doubt, the easiest field he's faced in a while. And you get Manny Franco, a rider that it will insist a horse perform. Some riders are, good passengers. Some are good pilots. He's a very strong pilot.
Meanwhile, back to the two-horse Pit Boss, who has pretty much exclusively been routing. But he's sprinted 6 times in his career. And most of those figures, if you go back and take a look at them, I mean, they were in line with how fast he was running his route races, even though he didn't win.
Well, that is very interesting. And listen, Wayne Potts is having a little bit of a slow act. Look, this horses are running okay. 1 win, 3 seconds, 2/3 from 14 tries. But this is a guy that knows how to win. And the fact he claimed this horse for 10, waited the required 30 days to be able to run him back for the same price he claimed him for, and turns him back. It feels like he claimed him with a plan, with an idea.
We'll see how it pans out. He's not sprinted in some time, but again, even though he had not won sprinting, definitely showed ability, and he's put together back-to-back very strong performances relative to this group, where it looks like maybe he could step forward. 6-year-old Gelding is the current second choice on the board here at 3-1 with Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, I think people are trying to figure out, is Big Engine vulnerable? And if he is, and we talk about, just age. You lose a step over time. That happens in human athletes as well as equine athletes. Who is the most likely horse to be the beneficiary of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was dropping last start. He was the favorite, and he didn't show up. Here's the 8. This is Salto de Tigre, off the claim now with Jimmy Ferraro. And he was favored for 12.5 going a mile last start, and he did not show up.
Yeah, but he also turns back in distance. He has run 5.5 furlongs previous to that, and that wasn't a terrible effort. Penn National going a mile. What troubles me is when a horse starts piling up many more seconds than wins. And not that it's an inordinate amount of seconds to wins, but 9 seconds compared to 5 wins.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. And taking a look at your favorite in Big Engine to the outside, I wanted to wait to see him on the track because he's always kind of the same as he is in the paddock, a little bit more of an underwhelming type in the preliminaries. But as I had anticipated, Manny Franco took him right away from the pony and gave him a big warm-up. He really does cover the ground well. For a horse that's not that big, he has a pretty good reach and extension to him, and I liked that he had that strong warm-up. Now, it is a question because he had avoided claim back in Saratoga for a higher level, then it was followed by a disappointing effort against that New York bred Two Other Than Company, at which he had run so well previously, and then last time in his first drop, a disappointing effort as the favorite. Can he win today? Absolutely. He's definitely overall the horse with the best races in this field. I just do have my questions about him. He looks certainly fine like he always does. I just wonder if maybe some others might be able to take a little step forward if he's a bit vulnerable at that short price, Greg.
See if this drop again, look, as said, he dropped to 20,000 last time. He was the favorite and did not do a lot of running, but we'll see if a further drop now to the lowest level he's ever been at, Big Engine, makes the difference. Manny Franco for the Mike Maker barn from the outside post. $10,000 claimer coming up here in the 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Big Engine to the outside. Is in. All set. They're up. Even line. Big Engine has asked for speed from the far outside, wants to go, but has company. Right there is Brazilianaire, and in between horses is now Co-Conspirator, who's a neck in front. Big Engine at 6-5 is out in the center of the racetrack and progressing at the rail. Here comes Winning Drive, is bringing Click-a-Tat with that rival. They are tightly bunched on the front end, and they fly early. Having to check out of there was Brazilianaire, is now back to the 5th spot. Patiently ridden is Dates Freedom, who's at the rail. To the outside is Salto de Tigre. The trailer is Pit Boss. It's a pressured tempo. They went 22-4 to the inside. It's Winning Drive and Klickitat there 1-2. They had to work to get there as Co-Conspirators dropped out of it. Big Engine is looming up on the outside, 3 wide, has been in the clear, and here comes Big Engine and Manny Franco there on the move. It's Winning Drive who's in front, trying to dispatch of Klickitat in between horses. Big Engine has asked for the effort and not cutting into the margin yet, as Winning Drive has got more. 45-3 for the half-mile time, and Winning Drive now sprints for home. Big Engine revs up on the outside, is trying to pass on by. Winning Drive will not go away. Now Big Engine asserts, and Big Engine is up by 2. Back to second is Winning Drive. Here comes that late run here from Brazilianaire in the purple cap. A 16th to go. Big Engine is almost home. It is going to be Big Engine. Aggressively ridden, and Big Engine gets the win. Brazilianaire there for second, then Winning Drive, and Klickitat in 1 minute 17.20 seconds.
Big Engine, the drop down to 10,000, and he picks up the 12th win of his career now as an 8-year-old.
Yeah, and Manny Franco had to motivate him, but he was always in good position from the outside. And I like when you see these old warriors, these hard-knocking horses that show up, get a win. He had a drop down, but he was decidedly best in here. Nice, decent effort from Brazilianaire, well beaten, but he rallied through the stretch after having to check a bit early. Horse I think you want to keep an eye on coming back out of this is the 2 Pit Boss. Now, he was not going to be any match for Big Engine regardless, but he kind of got squeezed and pinched back at the start, and I thought he did well just to even get back in the race.
9-6, 1-5 finish. Matty over. We saw a win earlier on the card, runner-up here, but it's all about Big Engine. Manny Franco is a 6-5 favorite in a formful Thursday card on a pick 6 carryover day continues.
Yeah, there's Big Engine. Obviously the drop in class helped, and a horse with a lot of back class, and just had to remember who he was there for a moment.
Took dropping to wake him up a little bit, and he's going to go home to a new barn. Big Engine, the 9 claimed, and Co-Conspirator, the 7, both heading to new barns out of this race.
Yeah, and listen, you can understand why Connections would take a chance with Big Engine on the drop. This is a horse that knows how to win and has a lot of desire.
6-5 favorite here in the 7th. Our feature race on this Thursday card is coming up next. Mile and 3/16 in a first level allowance condition. Coming up, we'll have the prices though from the 7th when we return to get 9-6, 1-5.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vekoma the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, and this is right around the corner, opening day from Oak Lawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We're going to have live coverage start to finish, and we're going to have a cross-country pick 5 every single day.
Wow, just another thing to look forward to at Oak Lawn Park. I love, Greg, the comprehensive series they've put together for pretty much every category. The 3-year-olds, starting on New Year's Day with the Smarty Jones, through the Rebel, Arkansas Derby, the Southwest Rebel, Arkansas. And it's amazing. Full fields. They don't have a turf course. And you saw the crowd that we were showing early on? That's pretty much every single day there.
I mean, as you said, you've been there before, you rode there, but it has that feel of Saratoga. But it is the biggest game in town.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about the racing, and there's series for every division. It's tremendous, especially for the 3-year-old and Triple Crown preps, but Sprint Series as well. So much excitement.
Phillies
One of those races
and
renamed the Whitmore, and they have that barn out there now, which they renamed after the great Chindy, who was such a fan favorite for so long, and I'm sure we'll get a look at that later in the meet.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward. I know I'm going to get the opportunity to go down and cover racing for a couple of days, at least the New Year's Eve and New Year's Day card. I'll be down there with our man Paul LaDuca, so I'm really looking forward to it. It has the feel of Saratoga because if you go into downtown Hot Springs to go to dinner, the conversation at every restaurant, much like Saratoga, is what happened that day at the races and what people are looking forward to the next day.
December 8th, our coverage kicks off from Hot Springs. Meanwhile, here in the 7th, Big Engine dropping all the way down to 10,000. You risk that with a horse of this quality, even though the form was not there, of losing him. And the Mike Maker barn does lose him here, but they get a win as the going-away party.
I think this horse is very well named Big Engine because he's shown over the years, 6 years of racing, that he has a big engine, and he shows up, he's honest, and put it together today against a much easier group than he's been facing previously.
So $4.50. It has been very formful pick 6 carryover day, but we still got 2 legs to come. We'll see if there's any chaos lurking during this late double ahead. As we take a look at what's played out so far, the biggest price has been $6.10 with Just a Nyquist. It was the second choice on the board.
Yeah, very, very formful day so far. Got a feeling we might see a little bit of chaos coming up in one of the last 2.
Well, this is our feature. Preakness distance of 1 mile and 3/16. First allowance condition race and leading contender. Chad Brown, Javier Castellano for Klarovich has the inside post. Will be the favorite, you would believe, at post time here. Coming out of a very tough race at Keeneland. Just missed against Escapologist, who had won 2 in a row. Was actually second out of that performance in an allowance optional 80 race, where he lost by less than a length at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, listen, he's been very consistent. He has a nice, inside draw, though there's plenty of run in the first turn going the mile and 3/16. And he's run very consistent kind of speed figures. So you got to respect him, and obviously the connections.
Yeah, it's a Kenny McPeak horse who beat him last time out. Speaking of that barn, he's going to have one of the major players as well this weekend in the Demoiselle Tempted winner. Shimmering Allure. Going to look for her first graded stakes win this Saturday. She begins her road to next year's Kentucky Oaks. We'll have a preview coming up next.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Many of the successes of Three Chimneys has, been done through partnerships, which is something that we've really embraced. But our most notable and significant partnership would be that of Gun Runner. He won his first 2 races, started at Churchill Downs, and then went on and took several of the Derby prep races. He took the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and ran 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Grade 1 Clark as a 3-year-old, and then his 4-year-old campaign was absolutely brilliant. He won 4 Grade 1s that year, including the Stephen Foster, the Whitney, the Woodward, topped it off with the Breeders' Cup Classic win. And the next year, before retiring stud, he captured the Pegasus World Cup.
Watching Gun Runner in the Whitney win the race, and towards the very end of it, we all found out that he had a shoe in his tail dangling behind him while he was winning this race. It really goes to show you that he looks past the problems and goes for the finish line.
It's been quite amazing what Gun Runner's accomplished so far as a stallion. To come out with this 2-year-old crop, you have a champion 2-year-old filly who won the Breeders' Cup. You also have Goodnight, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2 in the Hopeful. And then the next year, they just keep coming out running, and it's, different horses. You have an Arkansas Derby winner, you have a Preakness winner, a Pennsylvania Derby winner with Cyberknife and Early Voting, Taba, even a Cotillion Stakes winner with Society, and to have 6 first crop Grade 1 winners is very significant. And in the 2022 Haskell, Gun Runner finished 1-2 in that race with Cyberknife and Taba, so it's very exciting.
He's got this wonderful, he knows how special he is attitude about it, and it really kind of makes us feel like we're real special too, so that helps the morale of the group.
Three Chimneys being a part of Gun Runner's race career, and then getting him to see him come here, stand as a stallion, and experience the success that he's had. It's really come full circle.
It feels very prestigious to be able to say that we manage Gun Runner.
Well, we're going to see a Gun Runner in this year's edition of the Demoiselle Life Talk for Todd Pletcher, looking for a 9th victory in this race. Horse who's coming out of a 4th place finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. We talked going to break too about Shimmering Allure, who we'll get to, but Life Talk will try and keep that incredible run going in this race for Pletcher.
That is an incredible run too. Wow. And Life Talk comes out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, did not embarrass herself there, only beaten 3.5 lengths. She's already a Grade 1 placed filly. And it feels like a 1 1/8 is no issue whatsoever. And Gun Runner has been nothing short of sensational as a stallion.
Yeah, dominant when she finally stretched out to a round of ground at a mile of Saratoga. She broke her maiden, then 3rd in the Frizette, 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. We'll see if Saturday is her day. Look at all these wins in this race for Todd Pletcher, dating back from 2001 to last year with Julia Shining, trying to win a 4th in a row.
It's just incredible. I mean, really, that's incredible. The resume Todd's put together, obviously already in the Hall of Fame, but he's going to continue to pile on those statistics, and to win that many in a race like this, just unheard of.
Well, rematch for Shimmering Allure and Vino Rouge will happen on Saturday. They were 1-2 in the Tempted that went to Shimmering Allure by 3 lengths.
If you look at these 2 fillies, Vino Rouge, a very nice run. She adds blinkers this time. She hits the front. You see her on her left lead here. She's kind of lingering on her left lead under Dylan Davis. And here comes Shimmering Allure down the center of the track on her right or proper lead, finishing. Out of the 2, who do you want going a 1 1/8? I like Shimmering Allure a great deal more, stretching out to the 1 1/8 distance.
Just looks like she has more to give, doesn't it, too?
Finish with her legs underneath her, finish the right way going a mile. Just makes you feel like a 1 1/8 is going to be well within her wheelhouse. And it's kind of a dividing line. There are horses that can get a 1-turn mile, but then do they get that 1 1/8, that 9th furlong around 2 turns? Shimmering Allure, I have no doubt in my mind, will appreciate the 1 1/8.
You worried at all about this configuration at a 1 1/8? Because that first turn comes up pretty quick. She's drawn towards the outside. She does not have any early pace.
She has no speed. Sometimes it's the best thing when you're drawn a little bit to the outside. Allow the inside horses to go, find some kind of a gap in between flights, tuck in, take your time, and count on the fact that your stamina is your strong suit, where that might be the undoing for some of your rivals.
So Grade 2, Demoiselle, early Kentucky Oaks preview, as all these fillies obviously having hopes to get there that first Friday in May. And Shimmering Allure certainly talented last time out. Coming up, our feature race. Excuse me, here in the 8th leading contender, here's another gun runner. Chad Brown with the favorite, 6-5, coming off a narrow defeat against Escapologist out at Keeneland. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, we saw that feature on Gun Runner, and it's just been incredible what his progeny have been able to do for a horse that always had talent, but he himself got a lot better as he got older. His offspring are incredibly precocious and are effective at a variety of distances. But as far as this horse leading contender is concerned, from my notes from his debut onto what he is now as a 4-year-old, he's been a little bit of that later developing type, which I think a lot of people initially assumed the Gun Runners would be. He does not look like a horse that wanted to sprint, and that had been my concern with him in his first race. He was given quite a bit of time after that, and he came back going longer and has kind of been brought along patiently. And I thought his last race was pretty impressive. He was in the 2-path, kind of in the stalking spot, and made the first move, whereas Escapologist kind of made that last move, and they dueled down to the wire, the winner with just a little bit better momentum. Escapologist went on to finish second in his subsequent start, improving his Beyer 5 points, and the third place finisher Grant Aspen won next time out with a 94. So that was a really strong race that this horse does come out of, and I think he wants every bit of the distance. He's like a coiled spring here in the paddock. Now, the number 2 Bold Victory, I know that he comes out of winning for 12.5 and 25,000, and he's obviously not kind of up to the point of the 6-figure Gun Runner to his inside, but I do think you have to pay attention, A, to the Rick Dutrow horses. He's looking for his second win on the card today, and this is a horse that absolutely wants distance. He's very forward here in the paddock. Yes, he's gotten a bit warm. That is not abnormal for him at all. That's often how he is in the preliminaries, and he was last early last time out and just managed to get up, but that was going 1 1/8, and I don't have any qualms with him about getting the distance. It is a reclaim for the barn, and of course the class is going to be a test today, but maybe the distance being the great equalizer, he will be able to step forward as far as that's concerned. The 9 Suerte, this is a horse that I know they had purchased with the intention of being able to run him in turf races. He won that first off the turf effort and ran okay on the grass, but has shown an affinity for the main track. He physically does not look like a horse that wants to go 1 3/16. He's a little bit small, a little bit of a handier type of frame, but he's a very laid back and relaxed customer. Just has that demeanor of a horse that would want to be going longer. And I thought he ran quite well last time, going the 9 furlongs. Both of those horses on top of the pace run down by the winner, Quality Chic. We'll see if this one can improve, but he does have some early speed too, Greg, which is always a dangerous asset.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to follow in this spot. Thank you, Acacia, because Mystical Curlin, he got outquicked by this horse here when they did meet back on October 6th, but Mystical Curlin didn't break completely clean that day. Stumbled just ever so slightly out of the gates. It'll be interesting to see. When he's been successful, Mystical Curlin, the 3, he's been on the front end going gate to wire.
Well, last time Suerte was post 5 of 8, and Mystical Curlin was 7 of 8. So he was outside of Suerte, didn't break as sharp. And I remember being here that day going, Junior wasn't that aggressive, and then we watched the break. Well, he didn't break that sharp. I think Junior, especially being more drawn towards the inside, is going to be much more aggressive today.
Here's the favorite, though, for Chad Brown. So leading contender, and it seems like of everybody in this race, too, and he's going to face some tough customers here, but it looks like there's some big upside with a horse who's relatively lightly raced. As we go back to Saratoga, where he went second to Film Star. It would be second in the Woodward, and actually out of the Woodward, won his next race with a 95 Beyer.
Yeah, he got a real nice trip this day. Saved ground, followed Filmmaker and Film Star, excuse me, and just had no response. Film Star was very good, and he just could never get by him, and he ran on determinedly, but just second best on this day. He really has done nothing wrong, obviously going further, and should get that kind of inside-out trip again today from the rail.
Loaded. Coming up this weekend with stakes starters here in New York. Chad Brown Barn, look at all these names we're going to see in stakes action. Gerrymander and Good Salmon, that go for Juan. $2.3 million runner, Sierra Leone in a Remsen. And he's got 3, as we've talked about, in the Cigar Mile, trying to, 2 of them trying to turn the tables on Ever So Mischievous. As we kick things off with our post-parade, here is the Chad Brown-Klarovich runner, leading contender.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense as your favorite. Good post, very consistent numbers, should be very tough.
Bold victory, Matty Over, looking for another win on the card, teaming up with the Dutro Barn off the claim.
Stepping up in class, but has developed a winning habit. When horses start to win, you got to respect them.
Junior Alvarado, I'm with you. I think Mystical Curlin tries to be more aggressive today, 5-1.
I think if he's ridden that way, he'll be tough to beat. He's a horse that can stay. He's relentless.
Believe in Josh, 50-1 morning line. He's 15-1 right now.
That's a bit surprising. I'd be surprised if this horse won.
This horse, Olympic Dreams, he has 2 races back-to-back from earlier this summer that are hands down the best in this field. Where's that form gone?
Yeah, if he can get back to those races, but those last 2 races are problematic.
And here is Suerte. He's out-quicked Mystical Curlin last couple of times they've met, but he could not last a mile and 3/16, 2 back.
Yeah, but now you kind of, flip-flop post positions, and, Dylan Davis might not feel as much urgency, particularly with that long run to the first turn. I think this is going to be one of those cases where the decisions the riders make in the first 16th of a mile are going to kind of cast the die at how this race is run.
5 minutes away from our feature on this Thursday card. You can play it by getting signed up with Nauer Bets. Go to the app, go to NauerBets.com, match 200, that code to use for new members. Let's go back to Acacia.
Oh, thanks, Greg. Sorry, was not expecting that yet, but we'll take a look at a couple of horses. Guys, I wanted to talk about the 3 and 7, please. So we'll start off with the 3, Mystical Curlin, as this is a horse who, I agree, I think that Junior is going to be more aggressive with him today, but he, I think, runs his best races when he's able to get comfortable and really relax in the front end. Given the presence of the 5 Believe in Josh shipping down from the finger legs on top of Suerte, who did outfoot him when being drawn inside last time out, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case for Mystical Curlin. But once again, he's a horse that I am confident will appreciate the distance. As far as the 7 Olympic Dreams does go, I wanted to watch him warm up because sometimes he just takes a little bit of time to get going. And Trevor McCarthy, who often gives big, good warm-ups, took him away from the pony and kind of got him into his stride a little bit. If this was coming back off of that August race where he had won going a mile and an 1/8, he would be a much shorter price than he is now. I don't think that he liked the wet track last time out, and he was really hustled out of the gate, but just outfooted last time. His fast track races are significantly stronger, but the race 2 back, I do think, is some cause for concern. He's a horse that I think sometimes doesn't necessarily carry his form on well, and at one point he was in such good form, and now Pat Quick is trying to get him back to where he was. He looks to me, just watching him and how he's moving out there, like he's really doing well right now, and normally he's the type of horse who does wear his heart on his sleeve, and you can tell how he's doing by the way he's moving in the warm-up. So far so good today, Greg, but he does have some things to prove.
Acacia is such a superstar. I was not supposed to throw it to her. She was ready to roll with it anyway.
Yeah, that's what your best athletes, performers, broadcasters do. They just react in the moment.
Sorry, Acacia, you were tremendous. Olympic Dreams, this horse, again, at Belmont, May 29th, at Saratoga, August 2nd, this race here. Just these races are superior to anybody in here, but the last 2 starts has not been the same horse.
And again, that is a concern. I'm picking him, and I'll give you the reasons why I'm picking him. We're watching one of his good races here. I think Suerte leaves enough. I think Mystical Curlin goes because he's more kind of committed from that post position, post 3, as opposed to being outside last time. And I think Olympic Dream is going to trip out. I think he's going to get comfortable. And Acacia, you said a key word, comfortable. When this horse gets in a rhythm and uses that big stride of his, that's when he's his most efficient. I have no false illusions. The one horse leading contender is going to be very tough to beat. But I'm counting on Olympic Dreams getting the kind of trip that could lend itself to him finding his best form.
There he is. I'm just concerned about him because I've been such a huge fan of this horse all year long. And I felt even those 2 races where he got to that were such those big numbers, he was in the kind of form leading up where he was going to move forward into those. It's very disconcerting, these last 2 starts, and maybe he's just starting to go the other way.
I think it's very possible he could be over the top. That's the terminology we use in our industry when a horse has just had a hard campaign and they've kind of leveled off and their form is going the wrong way. Watching him warm up, he gave me more confidence that that may not be the case. We'll know pretty early on.
I'm shocked to see. Look at the board right now. He's the same price as Bold Victory, the two. It's Rick Dutcher off the claim. Matty Over's going to ride here. This horse is coming out a 12.5 claiming win and a $25,000 claiming win. It's a huge step up for this horse. But I will say this, and I actually liked him when I thought he'd be a price, at least as a chance. That was a really tough 25 claiming race. Just Call Ray was second against this level next time out, and then was second with a 94 buyer at this level off of that. Higher quality, another really tough horse. That was an unusually tough 25 claimer he's coming out of.
It was, but it still was a 25 claimer, and he's going to have to improve. That race won't win this.
I don't know. It might. The numbers fit, is what I'm saying. We'll see. But, yeah, it's a tough group. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Slight bobble after the start there for Leading Contender towards the inside. Believe in Josh has early speed. Olympic Dreams is very wide here, and Suerte is going to be very wide into that turn, is looking to cross over, and now Suerte will cross over to stalk Believe in Josh as they work into that first turn. Now comes Leading Contender, who's going to same ground to the inside of Olympic Dreams as they're shared third and fourth. Tight hold here on Mystical Curlin, and Junior Alvarado right in behind that. Battling Quartet, another 3.5 back to the trailer. Bold Victory. They're chasing Believe in Josh, who takes him to the backstretch, 24.33. Controlling the tempo up top as they work to the backstretch with Suerte right to the outside here from second. Olympic Dreams wants to go for Trevor McCarthy, progresses forward with Leading Contender still towards the inside as in the fourth spot. Getting closer is Mystical Curlin, and also Bold Victory is now within 3 of the lead. They went 49-1 for that half-mile time. The big long shot, Believe in Josh, is still there. It's Believe in Josh, only a half length in front. Suerte is ready to pounce up alongside, inches closer, now within a neck of that leader. Out wider still is Olympic Dreams. Leading Contender, still saving ground to the inside with less than a half mile to go. And here comes Mystical Curlin, who's going to make a 4-wide run at the leaders as Believe in Josh starts to back out of it. Suerte is the new leader. Olympic Dreams continues to chase from second. Mystical Curlin is all in but wide. Leading Contender is losing ground here in the top trio as they're starting to get away from Leading Contender, who's back there in fourth. Has to rally from there. The back is Bold Victory with the trailer. Now Believe in Josh. It's still Suerte who's in front. Hugs the rail and the gray kicks for home. Olympic Dreams continues to pursue Mystical Curlin. This long sustained rally, and now Leading Contender is starting to put that rally together on the grandstand side, but running out of time. Here's Olympic Dreams from in between horses. Suerte down towards the inside with Mystical Curlin. Leading Contender trying to join them. It's Olympic Dreams trying to gut it out. Mystical Curlin to the outside. Olympic Dreams gets the win. Olympic Dreams over Mystical Curlin. Then Suerte trying to hold off an oncoming Leading Contender in 1 minute 57.40 seconds.
He's back. Olympic Dreams returning to that strong form from earlier this summer. Wins at 5-1.
A lot went on within the context of this race. And first thing is Olympic Dreams getting back to his better form and a very resolute, but I got to tell you, Trevor McCarthy earned his money on Olympic Dreams. He's a horse that never runs the turn as well as he does the straightaways. He had to set him down hard when Mystical Curlin came calling from his outside, and he looked like he was an all-out drive. Suerte got very comfortable once Believe in Josh threw in the towel. At one point, Leading Contender looked like he got fed up with the kickback and just spit the bit out until he got back out in the clear, and then he started running. But this was as good a ride, as hard a ride as you're going to see from Trevor McCarthy. And if you wound up having Olympic Dreams like I did, I owe Trevor a big thank you as well as you do. He did everything letter perfect. Mystical Curlin didn't break particularly good again. Junior tried to hustle him up a little bit, said, I'm not going to make it there. Let me give him a chance. He rallied up.
I got to say, in defeat, that was a huge effort for Mystical Curlin because that's not the way he wants to run.
No.
Let's go back to the beginning, though.
Yeah, keep an eye on the 3-horse, Mystical Curlin, in the beginning. he just doesn't jump the first step. It's not slow, but it's not as sharp. And you can see him kind of shaking the reins at him. The 5-horse starting to edge over, and he's, I'm not going to make it. Trevor floated out Suerte. He's like, okay, if you want to go, Dylan, go on. But that lets me set up shop out in the clear here once he drops over.
7-3-9-1. One more look at it. This is kind of his MO. He is a horse to 3. He likes to be on the lead. He does his best running there, but he's not that sharp out of the gate.
Just not handy out of the gate. You could see there from that low shot, his first step is a little more up and down than it is forward. And that costs him just enough where he's not getting the position he wants. Now, you know, Juniors goes, okay, this is the hand I'm dealt. This is what I got to do. Now, it's also interesting to me that Trevor had to set the winner down early, Olympic Dreams around the far turn, and you're only allowed to use the crop 6 times. And he had run out of chances to use it late, and he had to just go to that strong hand ride. This was a ride where the rider really made a big difference. Trevor should be very proud. This should be a highlight reel ride for him.
Really happy to see this horse back in strong form for Pat Quick, and well done, Trevor McCarthy. Prices, and we'll get to the nightcap when we come back.
$250, $260.
First time I saw Epicenter was a Keeneland September sale, and he went immediately from there to my parents' place in Laredo, Texas. So I was fortunate to be involved with him early on. He was somebody we were always extremely high on physically. He was capable of speed, but it was quite obvious the further they went, the better off he would be. He had won the preps gate to wire going into the Louisiana Derby, and it was an opportunity to show another dimension of him, and he handled it extremely professionally and developed that style from there.
It's Epicenter, who's kicked away now. Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
With his talent level, we were always hoping and thinking classics, and him being the one. The times that he yielded, the numbers that he put down late in his 2-year-old year, early 3-year-old year is as good as it gets. Quite obvious, the Derby and the Preakness and how, the outcome of that being frustrating. But if anything, Epicenter showed a grittiness, toughness, didn't let any of that hurt his feelings, and rebounded with emphatic victories and showed exactly how good he could be.
And he's the center of attention now. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes. Epicenter in front, and he is at the top of the 3-year-old class. Epicenter with a very top-notch finish in the Run Happy Travers.
He separates himself. His mental strength, physical strength, always looked tremendous on the racetrack. Every time you breezed him, worked him. The brilliance that can come along with Giants Causeway. It's not lost on me that gun runners out of a Giants Causeway mare, when they are good, they're better than everybody else.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Our Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Olympic Dreams returning to where he'd been several times earlier this year, getting back to that top form. $12 for the victory. Finally get an upset here in this Big Six. Trevor McCarthy, Pat Quick, and Gallagher's stud, Homebred, wins for the 4th time in his career. And start number 11 as we head downstairs.
And I'm happy to be joined by winning rider Trevor McCarthy, who knows Olympic Dreams very well. Trevor, and you get on with him, and you said it's a little bit of an up and down. You sometimes don't know if he's necessarily going to be there for you, and today he really dug in.
When he's in a fight like he was today, he just absolutely loves it. And he loves to kind of make the lead, throw his ears up, wait for another one, and who's ready for me next, and okay, I'll give you another try, and nobody's going to get by me when I hit the front, but I'll play games with you. I'll make you work for it, and I'll make the other ones work for it too. And, he's a joy to ride, and Pat really did a great job to get him ready today, and just all the credit to the barn, really, and, of course, Olympic Dreams.
And you said that he dug in for you and he felt the presence of another horse because, as Richie Migliore had pointed out, you ran out of the number of times you were allowed to use the crop in the stretch.
Yeah, you know, I kind of had to stay after him and just keep him motivated. And I was just dying for a horse to come on the outside. And when I felt one, I kind of was like, oh, great. This is the perfect situation, and nobody's going to get behind him. And sure enough, as soon as Junior approached him, he just kind of dug back in and did enough that he had to do to win.
He kind of seems like he has that attitude. You know, he pins his ears with the pony. He's a little bit opinionated. And you could tell the way he warms up sometimes, too. And today, he really warmed up beautifully for you.
Yeah, he warmed up good. I think last time he's not a true horse that loves the sloppy track and kind of a firm surface. He seems to really like the 2 turns. He really likes this track at Aqueduct Fast Track. So just super proud of him.
Well done, you as well. And congratulations to the whole team, too. Well done.
Thanks, Acacia.
Jordan McCarthy with Olympic Dreams. They make a good team, Greg.
They really do. They've been a good fit together, and all 4 wins from this 4-year-old have come with Trevor aboard.
Yeah, and again, you know, a little bit tough to ride. You know, you got to keep him motivated, know him well. Trevor gave this horse a tremendous ride just now. And you got to, you know, Gallagher Stud, they've been breeding good horses in the state of New York for as long as I can remember. Jerry Brody passed away in 2001. But Marlene Brody, his wife, has kept it going, and they still breed a good horse. And I always feel very happy that when I see them in the winner's circle, because they've meant a great deal to the breeding industry in the state of New York. And what a tremendous steakhouse they had for so many years in Gallagher Steakhouse.
Oh, yeah. $20,000 maiden claiming sprint to close it. I feel like I was there with you, too. There was a big event with a lot of former jockeys.
Yeah, I think it was a draw for one of the big races.
Okay.
Might even been for Breeders' Cup. And listen, I used to take my sons every year for a Christmas tradition. Around Christmas time, we'd go to a New York Ranger game and a steak dinner, and we'd always go to Gallagher's. And I picked Gallagher's, obviously, because the food was great. But the waiters in there really loved me because I used to go out to the OTB right around the corner to bet on the races all the time. And I get treated like a celebrity. I could see I was impressing my sons. But a tremendous place. If you haven't been, I recommend it.
Going to close it out. Again, 6.5 furlong sprint, 20 maiden claiming race here in the finale coming up for 2-year-olds. This weekend that we talked Cigar Mile, we've talked about the 2-year-old preps for the Oaks and the Derby. What about the great 3 Go for Wand, named after one of the all-time greats in this sport, champion 2- and 3-year-old filly, whose 3-year-old campaign, are you kidding me? Here's the Alabama win, but the Ashland, Alabama Beldame Mother Goose test and race that has now been renamed for her, the Masquette.
Yeah, listen, what a campaign. And for her to win the test, going 7 furlongs and come back, I believe it was 11 days later, 9 or 11 days later.
A mile and a quarter.
To win the Alabama going a mile and a quarter. Only true great horses are capable of doing what she was able to do. Just a fabulous mare. And, you know, what can you say? Rightfully a race named for her. One of the greatest races I ever participated in is when I won the Go for One with Hidden Lake, and that was when it was a Grade 1, and it was in the fashion that Go for One would have done it, with that tenacity that she always showed.
Well, this year's edition will be race 8 on Cigar Mile Saturday. 1-turn mile, and that's the field that will line up Gerrymander, Good Sam. For the Chad Brown barn, they're going to be right next door to each other toward the outside. How about Dr. B for Butch Reed? Usually when he brings runners here to New York, he means business. And this is a 5-year-old mare now that's closing in on $500,000 in earnings.
Yeah, and this was last year's Go for One in the slot. This gave Irad Ortiz the new stakes record, number of stakes wins in a single year for a rider. Really hasn't run that race back since. Her second to Echo Zulu in the Honorable Miss was good, but just hasn't found that form that propelled her to that kind of Go for One victory last year. If the good Dr. B shows up, you know, she is a 5-year-old mare, and we talk about it. You know, horses, as they get older, either they lose a step or they might lose a little interest. If she can run that race back last year on a sloppy track in the Go for One, she would be very tough to beat here.
It was sensational. She's never put together that kind of figure in her career. As you mentioned, though, that runner-up, the distant runner-up finish this summer, Saratoga to Echo Zulu, maybe the next closest that she's been able to produce. But you know she has it in her. Was it the wet track? We'll find out. Been a while since that last victory in this race last year. We'll see if she can do it again. Meanwhile, who's she facing? Tizzy in the Sky, among others, for Todd Pletcher, just missed by a neck, going 1 mile and an eighth in the turn back the alarm last time out.
Yeah, Tizzy in the Sky has speed. She turns back 1/8 of a mile to this, 1 mile go for one. But doesn't she feel like she's more of a grinding type where the 1 1/8 suits her better because they jump off, they run into the first turn, and then everything kind of moderates. Going 1 mile doesn't really moderate. If anything, it picks up. It's not uncommon to see a 23 first quarter and then a 45 and change half, so a 22 and change second quarter. And I don't think that plays into Tizzy in the Sky's strength. I think she is a better two-turn horse.
You think she gets the lead?
I don't think she gets the lead here. I think she gets cast into a chasing position. If you look at the races where she's made the lead, the fractions are very moderate. They're not fast. Gerrymander's fast.
Yeah.
Gerrymander's sprint fast.
And it looks like, her best success has come when she has been on the lead, so that could be a problem. But we know how aggressive Luis Saez is, and she does, have that debut race, sprinting 6.5 furlongs when she was close early on. So that'll be sort of the race within the race to watch. And that Grade 3 Go for Juan coming up on Saturday, race 8 on the card, 3:17 Eastern start time when the gates open for fillies and mares in that one-turn mile. And then we'll see the boys get their turn in the Cigar Mile later on the card to close things out. Fantastic card on Saturday. We still have the finale coming up. And there's a look at our current favorite, Crown That Saint. Irad Ortiz Jr. for the Nota Barn, equipment change, and a further drop down in class for the one to beat when we come back.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
1-2 moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
About what?
I misspoke earlier.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com or on the app. Get signed up and started. We got one more to go on our Thursday card. Our finale coming up on a Pick 6 carryover day. And here are the Will Pays. Wow. What? It has been incredibly formful. And you're still getting that kind of return in the Pick 6?
Pretty strong here. Your favorite, the 2-horse, Crown That Saint, over $4,000.
Approaching the 8-minute mark to post. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we have some chatty Cathys here in the paddock for the nightcap. But we'll start off with the number 2, Crown That Saint, who is taking a little bit of an extra drop in class down to the 20,000 now for Orlando Noda. And the blinkers do come off. And as he has been throughout his career, he's very sharp and energetic here in the paddock, but not over the top. He seems like he's really kind of figured things out. He knows his job now. He's by far the most fit that he's been as well. Very, very tucked up and defined, and comes off of a race where the field was kind of strung out, and he ran on a little bit late in that effort, but was beaten by Guarneri, who we saw win impressively just a little earlier on the card. So it does actually come back out of a race that was tougher, and I think that he is the horse to beat in here, not to mention acting like one that should be forwardly placed, and we'll see if he is just a little bit more alert with those blinkers coming off. Now, the number 4, Wild Jamie, I think he's living up to his name, and see why he's been named Wild. He looks a little wild. He's been tossing his head around, just really tricky kind of since he came in here. Kind of has that white eye, a little bit of a distracted type, and he wears a big blinker cup, a 3/4 cup, along with that shadow roll that John Kimball puts on most of the horses. He also came into the paddock with cotton in his ears, trying to muffle sounds and keep him relaxed, but he is really on the muscle and on his toes. He ran okay on the turf first time out, and will try the main track today. Physically, I don't mind it. I just hope that he can settle a little bit and keep things under wraps. The number 6, One Team, goes back to the main track after he ran there on debut against just significantly tougher competition. Tried the turf last time, and while I don't think he's necessarily a horse that wants distance, I can see why they switched him to the main track. He does have a flatter hoof on him and looks a little bit more like a turf horse, but he's definitely a sprinter. He's been the ultimate professional in here, and I did not think that he even looked very fit last time. He's very fit, very defined. You can kind of see that line along his belly in here today, and I like the way that he's acting. Maybe he'll just find himself in the right spot if he can, in fact, handle the main track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here comes our post parade. We start with big long shot debuting from the rail, Laney's First Dude.
They're not taking much money, and we look to the board to help us here. Well decked out here, got a neck strap and makes a nice appearance, a little green with the pony.
2 horses that are key contenders dropping out of 40 claiming races, and here's one of them, Crown That Saint, for Orlando Noda.
Taking the blinkers off, Irad Ortiz Jr. sticks, and that's always a good sign.
Shadowman's only been on turf first 2 starts.
Yeah, now getting to the dirt for the first time. Jorge Duarte having a nice meet here at Aqueduct.
Wild Jamie debuted on grass as well.
Ran well that night over at the Meadowlands, and now drops in class. Mare has produced 3 dirt winners.
Solo in Paris, Lane Luzzy rides.
Showed improved speed last time. Could take another step forward.
One Team, trained by John Terranova.
Taking that meaningful drop in class, getting back to dirt after trying the mud on debut.
Piccolo Diavolo at 16-1, debuting a 2-year-old by Painter.
Yeah, another one that we look for the board to help us a little bit with horses that don't have proven form and not taking much money.
John Pregman Jr. runner, Noble One, who debuted sprinting on grass at Colonial.
Another one that would have to really turn it around with the surface switch and the drop in class.
And then this one also dropping out of a 40 maiden claiming race where he was a distant third, My Man Woody.
I thought this horse was very interesting. You tried the turf early, dropped to the maiden 20, ran okay. Stepped up to maiden 40, ran okay again, arguably his best race yet. Now back to the 20, outside Louis Rivera Jr., an apprentice we've been impressed with. You're getting a 5-pound break in weights. I like My Man Woody a bit at 9-2.
5 minutes of post nightcap on our Thursday card in this $20,000 maiden claiming sprint this Saturday. Mute Mile coverage from Caymanas Park. Bob Marley Museum. You think Andy's making a stop off there?
I believe Andy did, and as well as Eldon and Bobby. And man, I can't wait till next year when me and you get to do that, Craig.
You never know. Maybe it'll happen. Marley lived in that house until his death back in 1981. Created wrote and recorded multiple albums there in his own studio. If we get to go, we have to stop off there.
That's
Deal?
That's absolutely. That would be number one on my list, to be honest with you. I love Bob Marley. One Love. Come on.
8-5 favorite. Crown That Saint. And we're going to take a look, though. There's several, as we've talked about, that they've only been on grass so far. And here's one of them. Wild Jamie for John Kimmel. So start number 2 will get dirt with Katie Davis aboard.
Yeah, owned and bred by Dennis Drazen. Again, the mare has produced 3 dirt winners. Dennis Drazen and John Kimmel have a long history going back to when they were very young at Monmouth Park. Campaigned a really good mare around here named Bodacious Tatas many years ago.
3-2 favorite. Crown That Saint. So Rat Ortiz Jr. for the Noda Barn blinkers coming off, lowest level yet this one's been on. Those actually it was a restricted maiden special weight this summer. Ran second, distant second, back early on in that Saratoga meeting. Deserved favorite. 8-5 is getting a little bit short as we look at the 3 Shadow Man, another one who's only been on turf so far.
Yeah, and Jorge Duarte, we talk about him quite often on the show, was a very good rider, had his apprentice allowance. He was riding here in New York. He gets an opportunity to train the horses at the private training center at Colts Neck. There is definitely more turf pedigree, particularly on the female side of the family. Going back to Half Heaven, who was a stakes winner around here in New York on the turf.
Let's go to Acacia for more on Shadow Man.
Yeah, on the bottom side, there's a lot of turf and synthetic pedigree. Even the first Stam, who was 0 for 2, her 2 races were on the grass, and this is her first full. But Shaman Ghost, obviously, a very talented dirt runner as well. And the question I have with this guy, though, is that he goes from 1 1/8 miles on the grass all the way down to the 6.5 on the dirt. And he is a big, leggy type. He, too, was a little bit distracted in the preliminaries, but Manny Franco took him right away from the pony and gave him a big warm-up, and I love that he did that for him because he's really settled a lot. He looks like one physically that would strike you as wanting to go a little bit longer, and he has that big kind of pancake-like hoof. So I'm wondering how he'll handle the conditions in here, but obviously Class Relief should potentially help him to step forward, and again, he definitely looked a lot better after getting some of that nervous energy out with the big warm-up. The number 9, My Man Woody, I think that he's found himself in the right spot as well. Mentally and physically, he's really progressed with each start, and this is the best that he's looked so far. He's incredibly fit. He's a smaller type. He suits sprinting on the main track in a maiden claiming spot, and I think that this is the right place for him. Also had a nice solo warm-up moving well under Luis Rivera Jr., Greg.
Now get a little weight break, too. Can't hurt against a group that has not shown a whole lot to this point. I'm surprised you're getting 6-1 on the night.
Yeah, I thought the price was attractive when he was 9-2, to be honest with you. So he's floated. Now, you could take that one of two ways. Is he just too cold on the board? Or, people are definitely seem to be enamored with the 2-horse as your favorite here with Irad Ortiz, which, listen, we understand. Irad, he delivers. So Crown That Saint, it makes a lot of sense. I'm taking a little bit of shot from the outside. My Man Woody for my man Bruce Brown.
Chris Griffin with the call to close out this Thursday card from Aqueduct.
Well, Jamie moves in. Two out. Noble 1 and My Man Woody. My Man Woody goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start there. Tough start for Shadow Man, who's the early trailer. Solo in Paris has early speed, and there's one team to the outside to join that front runner at the rail. Laney's First Dude is going to push on through, and now Laney's First Dude has put ahead in front. In the 2-path, that's Crown That Saint, who wants to join the leader, is to the inside here of Solo in Paris, now 3 across the track. One team is Hustled Along is in the 4th spot. Wild Jamie, Katie Davis just tracking right in behind them in 5th, looking for some room. They went 22-4 for that opening quarter. On the far outside, it's Piccolo Diavolo Then at the rail, that's My Man Woody. Towards the back end of the field is Shadow Man after the tough start, who is starting to make up some ground with the trailer, Noble One. Solo in Paris is trying to put away Laney's first dude, and here comes Crown That Saint. Crown That Saint is ranging up on the outside, also riding the rail. Here comes My Man Woody. Piccolo Diavolo is under a full drive, is making up some mild ground towards the outside. They reach the top of the stretch, and Solo up front. It's Solo in Paris, and Solo in Paris is now opening up on the field. Piccolo Diavolo is making up some late ground on the grandstand side as they approach the final furlong. It is still Solo in Paris at 10-1. Solo in Paris is still finding for Lane Leslie with the 16th to go, is right on that rail, but Solo in Paris wins the finale. It's all Solo in Paris. Then came Piccolo Diavolo tight there with Shadow Man. After that start, runs on in a tight photo with Crown That Saint for show in 1 minute 17 and 3.
Pick six carryover had been so formful, and then last two races in this late double, 5-1 and now 10-1 to close out this card.
Yeah, I don't think Solo in Paris was impossible here. Showed improved speed in second start for trainer Randy Prasad, Lane Leslie. Starting to find the winner's circle with some regularity. A young rider that has a lot of ability trying New York, came home to try New York, and he's been hitting the board with big priced horses, and now he wins with a 10-1 shot, a horse that he rode last time, and obviously took a big step forward from his first start to his second start, and an even bigger step forward from his second start to his third start. You know, one thing that continues to impress me about Lane, Greg, is he looks just so much like his father, Mike Leslie, on a horse. The way he hits a horse with the left-handed crop, the hand ride. Mike, you know, obviously a veteran rider, was so strong. Lane will continue to improve strength-wise. He's strong now, but he'll continue to improve that in that respect. And I watched him grow up. So full disclosure, I'm going to root for him, and I'm a big fan, and I get a big kick out of seeing him have success because it's very well deserved. How about their first-time starter, Piccolo Diavolo, with Trevor McCarthy at a big price? So, you know, a big exacta here to end the day. I also rode with Trevor's dad too, Mike McCarthy.
Bro, with all these guys, yeah, 10-1 over 16-1. Make you feel?
No, I rode with some grandfathers too. Okay, so you know, I full disclosure, I'm old.
5-7-3-2. You're young at heart. 10-1, Solo in Paris, and yeah, I mean, this was the horse that everyone expected to be in front early.
You know, lower level races, speed is a good commodity to have. You know, horses that run for lower prices usually are horses that can get easily discouraged.
And there's several horses, too, that we didn't know if they were dirt horses at all.
At all, exactly. You know, Shadow Man ran okay. No excuses for him. Crown That Saint ran arguably a much better race because he got kind of off in a tango, and he finished with interest.
So much like Dad, doesn't he?
It's really uncanny. And listen, he rides a good race, and this is what's going to get him started. You know, when you're trying a new circuit and a tough circuit, you've got to win on horses that don't look likely to win to get people's attention. He's ridden great races and finished third or fourth that nobody will even notice. It's the wins people notice.
We're going to tell you the story of how it ended for one of the all-time greats and probably the most famous win streak in the history of this sport, and one of the most famous win streaks in all of sports, with the Great Cigar when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Back with you, nightcap in the books on our Thursday coverage of America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Pretty good duo of Curlin and Good Magic. Doing tremendous work there. How about Lane Luzzy, solo in Paris. Using that speed to victory here and breaks his maiden start number 3.
Yeah, I mean, just being forward, he was able to save a little bit, allowed the first-time starter from the inside a little bit of a lead before setting his horse down, and got it done. And we talk about it often. In these kind of races, speed is a good commodity to have because your horse doesn't have to deal with kickback, doesn't have to deal with traffic, and just being forward allows them some continuity in their stride.
And again, it was a race tough to know if any of those horses who'd only been on turf were going to show up on dirt. Turns out they did not. And you can kind of, in a field like this, kind of break their heart a little bit with some speed.
But absolutely. What do good horses usually share in common? Not only their athletic ability, but their tenacity, the desire to be the herd leader. You get to lower level races, a maiden 20, being forward allows your horse to get kind of brave, right? Blow up a little bit, where horses behind them potentially get discouraged between kickback and having to fight their way through a field. Not the case here. Solo in Paris was solo at the wire.
Not bad payoff at all in a pick 6 carryover that was incredibly formful. Those first 4 legs, Olympic Dreams you liked. Had the 2 best races of anybody in the field by a mile. But the form had tailed off the last 2 starts. And then this horse very havable in the last 22,000 plus in the pick 6.
Listen, we talk about it often. You know, you go out to a ball game, you have a great time, you make a great memory, you enjoy yourself. You're not going to leave that ball game with more money than you came with. You have that potential at the racetrack, and if you come out here with the mindset that I'm going to have a good time and enjoy myself, and the interaction with other horse players, you know, friends and people that you're going to debate the merits of different horses, that's the beauty of horse racing. It all started with opinions, right? My horse is faster than your horse.
There's no opportunity like it. You see people betting these games trying to get back even money or less in 3.5 hours or more. A few seconds can change your life dramatically playing this game. Aqueduct Saturday Stakes on the road to the Kentucky Oaks and to the Derby with the Demoiselle and the Remsen. Go for one for the ladies and the Cigar Mile for the boys, named after an all-time great. He captivated the sports world with that iconic win streak, 16 in a row, including 10 wins during that streak in Grade 1 competition. Cigar was a special racehorse, and once Bill Mott took over his training and put him back on dirt where he started his career, everything for Cigar changed.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for two-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a quarter of a mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
One of the most famous win streaks there is in all of sports, and what a send-off to give Cigar.
It's an incredible send-off, and I love when, you know, racing crosses over into other disciplines, equine disciplines, if you will. It was the perfect team. Not only did you have this superior, talented racehorse who was ultra consistent, but you had Jerry Bailey, one of the greatest riders, certainly in my era and in my estimation of all time, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, an incredible team in the barn, and Alan Paulson, who was a sportsman. And they really showcased this horse. He traveled all over. He won in Florida, Chicago, Boston, New York, California, Dubai. I mean, right? So, maybe in any other hands, they're a little bit more conservative. They don't travel as much. This truly became America's horse. Obviously, the colors, the red, white, and blue are the Paulson colors. But the way they campaigned him and his ultra consistency, it really was. It was like a perfect storm. Not only did you have to have the horse with the ability, but the team around him to make that ability the best it could be.
And I mean, he ran second start of his career on dirt. He ran so big, but different trainer, and he was exclusively on turf. Bill Mott tried to keep him there first few starts, and then all of a sudden, everything changed. Second start, winds up winning the race, and is named after him now, part of that win streak.
Yeah, and Jerry Bailey rode him to 15 consecutive victories. Mike Smith actually rode him to start that string of victories right here at Aqueduct. And Mike had two other horses he was riding, Devil Is Due and Holy Bull, a couple of good horses in their own right. So Mike liked to say he rode Cigar when he was just a cigarette.
I love that line. Well, this year's edition coming up on Saturday, we have, as we've talked about a lot throughout this program, full field that's going to line up in this ABR Race of the Week. And John Velasquez we will see in action as well, with limited action on Saturday. He'll be in the opener, he'll be in the finale, and this one riding for Dallas Stewart on Hoist the Gold, who's coming out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Yeah, and listen, he rode him in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He won previous to that at Keeneland and the Phoenix on him. And, here he is winning the Cigar Mile last year, right? Yeah, battling it out on the inside. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Listen, Johnny is incredible. The first race on Saturday, though, what kind of horse is he riding? Because that's a long wait in a jockey's room to ride the first and last.
How do you spend that time? I mean, that's got to be difficult.
You'll try to take a nap, maybe get a massage, work out a little bit.
You want to take a nap?
Well, between the first and the last, you're talking about 4.5 hours. You can take an hour nap.
Johnny V has done in the Cigar Mile, went with Mind Control. Tonalist, left bank was so much fun to watch back in 2001. So he'll, again, be on Hoist the Gold for Dallas Stewart. Ran big in the Phoenix, which kind of launched him in the Breeders' Cup Sprint because he ran so good in this prep at Keeneland.
The question is, sprinting, he settles and makes a run, and he's more of a closing sprinter type, right? Although at the Phoenix, he laid up fairly close. When he stretches out, he seems to show more speed, but doesn't quite finish the deal. So what's the tactics they take? Listen, Dallas Stewart does a tremendous job, and he's very, very good at honing a horse for a big effort on major days. I have a little bit of a hard time seeing this horse be successful at a mile.
But Dallas Stewart so often comes with big surprises. So many what could have been runner-up finishes, especially in the Kentucky Derby with horses that everyone's dismissed. We'll see if this horse can step up and get it done. Cigar Mile on Saturday. Great that we have so many lining up in this field.
Big field, love it. Sprinters stretching out, route horses turning back, love it.
Coverage continues tomorrow, noon Eastern on FS2. Ever So Mischievous, he's the one to beat. Trying to make it 4 in a row in the Cigar Mile, where he beat Dr. Ardito. Will try and turn the tables, coming from off the pace, 1 of 3 in the race. For Chad Brown and his stablemate, Accretive, who's a tough customer as well. We'll try and get the better of Ever So Mischievous. That coming up on our Saturday coverage. We'll see you tomorrow.